Meow 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 meow. Wow. There we go. Hello. I'm now on the just chatting screen. I've also changed a few things, messed around with a few settings. I'm gonna see if OBS behaves itself a tiny bit better today. Heiko. Hopefully I sound alright. Me checking to see if the little tweaks that I've made to OBS work a little bit better, at least for my bitrate. I'm glad that it sounds good. I have also discovered the wonderful thing that's known as a limiter. Because, watch this, I can do that. And it doesn't peak. I'm excited. Also shouldn't have any issues with the desktop audio peaking either because of these. The joys of having a limiter. Mwah. But yeah, hope you're doing good today. It's good to see you. And I hope everybody that's stopping by has been having a good day as well. Me making sure that I have my setup correct. I've also changed the position of my mic, so it should be picking me up a little bit better. Abby, hello. Good to see you. Lola, hello. Good to see everybody. Hope you're having a nice cozy Sunday. Yeah, glad to see you. Hello. That'll always be really cute. Let me pull up this. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can switch over Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. And the posture check. Thank you. I don't know, like, exactly how sensitive my mic is going to be, like, outside sounds. But it should be a lot more crisp, which is what's important. So, let me go ahead and find what we're going to be watching today. The music is going to disappear. There we go. We'll start with Defunct Land. It sounded super good. That's good. The main thing that I'm going to be watching today, though, is definitely going to be the bit rate. Ah, fuck yeah, let's go. This is definitely it. Let me open another tab real quick. I'm gonna swap us over to the watch along section over here. So we're gonna be over here. And if I need to adjust the audio at all, please let me know. Squeege! Hello, Squeege! Wish I missed that, though. Yeah, we're gonna start off strong. We're starting off super strong.
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of.
Oh yeah.
Picnics. While picnics have been a French pastime for
Let's
over a century,
go.
Americans did not begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then it was almost exclusively for the upper class. By the mid-19th century, though,
Thank you, Squidge.
people of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to
Need a
enjoy
glass
a meal.
of water
Maybe
for this
somebody
one.
would bring a guitar and play some tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some alone time. Maybe
Hey,
some guy in a
yo.
boat would row by to watch. Everyone loves a
Hey,
picnic.
yo.
And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of a farm owned by a man named Anthony Kenny.
I am going to
Located southeast of
spread
Pittsburgh in the
the
Mifflin
glory of
Township, Kenny's
AO to
Grove was a
everyone.
popular picnic location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular in the latter half of the 19th century
I'm
that
so
in
happy with that, by
1898,
the way.
the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the
Gonna
end of the
smooch
Mifflin
by the
Streetcar
tree
line.
while some
The company
dude
leased
plays
land
through
from
the
Kenny
fire and the
family
flames on a
renamed the picnic
acoustic
area to
guitar.
Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United
Yeah.
States, and they were typically created to increase railway
That's
profits,
gonna be
especially
a
on the
day.
weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In
The
1898,
most
just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela
smoothing.
added a dance pavilion,
Yeah, the
a
most metal of
casino-building
smooching.
restaurant,
Exactly,
and Kennywood's
Squidge.
first ride, a carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride, named the Old Mill. The Old Mill was
Yeah,
not a unique
let's
ride to
fucking
Kennywood, but
go.
rather an
The
entire
Old
category
Mill
of
at
amusement park ride.
Kennywood.
Old mills are slow-moving boat rides with no steep
Yeah,
inclines or
let's
declines.
fucking
The water
go.
in many of these rides
Get
are
excited.
moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old mills were best known
1901.
for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seemed to sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and amusement parks, and their reputation soon became a marketing ploy, with more and more old mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at Kennywood was one of the first Old Mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as a Tunnel of Love, local couples found that it worked just the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats, then to the canals of Venice, and later to the Panama Canal. which at the time was an extremely topical
Panama
theme as the
Canal.
actual Panama Canal
Paul!
had just debuted. After the Panama Canal theme, the old mill became the Rapids Gorge, and then the Fairyland floats
Paul,
again, before
thank you for
returning
the
to its classic name,
raid.
the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received
We're
a new
watching
facade to
Defunct
appear more like a New
Land.
England mill, and had its ride system overhauled and enlarged.
Hope you're having a good day.
Arguably,
It's
the
good to
biggest
see you.
change to the old mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on fire and burned to the ground, being rebuilt for the 1926 season and receiving new theming with comic supplement characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer Kids, and Jiggs and Maggie.
Let me do
In
this.
1936, the old mill was redecorated again with 8 new theatrically lit pictures. Another major refurbishment to the ride occurred in 1940. During the season, the old mill received a renovation with new animations.
There we go.
The
Did it.
refurbishment featured
Oh, you
7
playing
well-known
more
characters
Gundam?
from comic
Hell
strips
yeah.
and cartoons, including
Return to
Blondie,
welcome
Popeye,
back.
the Lone Ranger,
Welcome back,
the Little
Echo.
King, Tarzan, Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957, the old mill was
The
themed
fuck
to a
is
trip
Little
around the
Henry?
world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a
Right,
kangaroo in
Squid?
Australia, a tiger in Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was also given
Also,
an
I'll be
animatronic
totally
band
honest.
of monkeys that
I
would
don't know
play
who the
music for
fuck Little
guests in the
Henry
queue,
was.
which was apparently auctioned
I've heard of
off
the
just
others.
1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold for $2,300, which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the old mill would receive its most
Yo.
significant thematic overhaul to date, becoming Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This
What?
retheme sent riders through an old
Hold
West
up.
ghost town with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some
Hold
of these
up.
figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections.
I want to go back just a
Music for
second.
guests in the queue, which was
I
apparently
wanna go
auctioned
back for a
off just
second.
1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold for
I feel like this is
$2,300,
necessary.
which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the old mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date,
I'm ready for
becoming
this.
Hard-Headed Harold's horrendous.
Okay. Hey, boss, how much alliteration you want for this ride's name? Yes. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. Also, hello, Luis. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let me, just, there you go. There we go. Get appreciated. But I just want to appreciate Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. Can we appreciate this name? It's pretty good, to be honest. There we go. I got it. I got it again. Like, no kidding. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. That's right. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. For this weekend only, get half off. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. You too could go through this tunnel of love, aka Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This Sunday. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. You too, and your loved one can make whoopee in this ride. Congratulations! I have just blessed you with something horribly cursed, and I apologize. If I actually had a filter that would make me sound like I was speaking through a radio, that would have hit different. Day at the Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. What a hootenanny. The least romantic. Hey, you wanna go? Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway? You see, it may be a turnoff for the name, But you have a limited amount of time. It's a challenge. This is hard mode romantics. This is competitive dating. That's what this is. Competitive making out. These are the true speedrunners. Hard-headed Harold mode. Oh God, this is already off to such a great start, and I'm all for it.
Tremendously humorous haunted hideaway. This
Kenny
retheme sent
Percent
riders through an old west
speedrun.
ghost town with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride.
Hey,
Some
yo!
of these figures were animated, and sound effects
Skeleman.
were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track.
Can you
The Old
believe
Mill's
that they
middle
had an
section
entire
consists of 3
ride
circles.
based around
In the center of
Aegon?
these, outdoor show scenes were
And the
constructed,
other
with parts of the
Skeleman,
tunnel
like
being
Scully?
removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside.
And
There are also
Grav?
4 show buildings where dark ride scenes have been placed. Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway,
God
the
damn
Old
it,
Mill
that is
continued
such a
to be
fucking
known for
mouthful.
one thing. Kenny Wood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for
Yeah.
cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle.
Canoodling.
Nervous about getting
That
on the
is a
Old Mill with
word?
girl the first time because
Fucking
you might end up getting soft,
canoodling.
but you also might end up
What a-
getting, you know,
What a
snuggle.
goddamn word
In
that is.
1984, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette did a feature on the ride's reputation.
Canoodling
and romance.
is
When
a
interviewed, 15-year-old
something.
Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see. Some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them." 61-year-old Ellen Ammon, recalling her Old Mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys
Nah,
would
that-
bring string onto the ride. In the dark
Refuse.
portions,
It
they would
is a
brush the
word,
string
I
along
go.
the necks of girls
It
to convince
is a
them that there
word.
were spiders and water
It's
snakes in the
something.
tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror. Another common occurrence was seeing couples
So
buttoning
quick
up their
in and
shirts
out.
while exiting
Yeah,
the attraction.
yeah.
An uptick in
Honestly,
romantic activity in the Old Mill was met with an increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a disapproving stare. They would rarely intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off. At one point in the 1960s,
God damn it, I go.
Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any rider, they were to smack them with the bat.
Wait,
This was very
wait,
effective, and almost always
wait. Okay. So let me get this straight. They hired attendants for the ride, and they're just like, okay, so you're gonna go in there and you're gonna make sure that nobody's doing anything more than kissing, all right? Okay, now that you understand that, here's a bat. If you see anyone's bare ass, smack the shit out of it with this bat. Like, what? Exactly, like, that's your job. Yeah, I gotta go in for my shift to spank the people getting frisky in the dark. That is pretty much what this entire job is. It's like, well, gotta go get my plastic bat so that I can spank people that are a little too horny on the ride. The fuck? The fuck? Oh god, what a
prompted the embarrassed
timeline.
couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey. This solution was actually quite popular in Old Mills, as this photo from a different tunnel of love proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the
Regret
dark.
saying this, but what's
Hard-Headed
the
Harold's
protocol if they
horrendously
just
humorous haunted
reply
hideaway
with
understandably
harder?
dropped the alliterative name in 1992.
At
reverting
that
back to
point,
the
you
Old
just
Mill, but
stop.
keeping the rest of the
You
theme.
just-
As the Old Mill entered the 2000s,
At that
officially
point, you just
celebrating
go
its
home.
100th birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the
Nothing
ride.
more you
Due to
can
its age
do.
and design, the attraction
You just
required a
go
lot of
home.
maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences
my
to
God.
push locals to come back each season. So it was not
That's why
out
you
of the
just take a
question to
drink.
tear down the old mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling.
I
However,
almost
the
said
management
a
at Kennywood
good
also
deterrent
cares
for
deeply
that
for
would
the
be to
history
say
of its
got
park,
room for
and
one
few,
more,
if
but
any,
I don't
wanted
think
to
that
see
would
the park's
deter
oldest
most
attraction
people
torn down.
thinking about
So
it.
100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the old mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat
Newly,
named
hi,
Garfield.
hello.
Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The
Aiko.
eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The
Oh,
general
hope
public
you're
is well
doing well,
aware of his
Newly.
love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters quickly found their ways into the comic sections of newspapers across the country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000
Garfield
newspapers.
really did.
Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose
Although
in
I don't know if
popularity,
Garfield wants to
would
be
spawn an
associated with
unprecedented amount of
this.
merchandise and media, including toys, books, video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name
It's
and his face being on everything
Garfin
from tea kettles to lava lamps,
It's
he was noticeably
Garfield.
absent in amusement parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as
Oh
a
my
mascot.
God, Dino
Disney had
Mutt.
Mickey Mouse and Friends. Universal had Woody Woodpecker. Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang. And Six Flags had the Looney Tunes.
Holy shit, I
Garfield's
feel
omission from
old
the
now.
medium was
Oh
not lost
no.
on his creator. In 1988, when asked if Garfield would enter the theme park business, Davis
I
said,
don't think
quote,
I have,
wouldn't
Julie.
touch it. Never.
My
And that's the
orange
history
king.
of Garfield and theme parks. Wait, 8 years later, he changed his mind. Wonder why. In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be
That
located
was,
in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks
That was,
County. The project was
that
named
was
the
really
Heartland
subtle.
Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's universe.
It's like, yep,
a
nope,
land
we're
dedicated
done
to
with
the
that.
character. This would include
Oh,
a
what's
character
this? You're gonna
carousel,
throw
Arbuckle's
shit tons of
Picnic
money
Coaster,
at me?
a ride called Garfield's Extreme
Fuck,
Adventure,
sign me
an
up.
Odie Tongue Slide, Irma's
Shit, that's all
Diner,
you gotta say.
and Mama Leone's restaurant, which would serve,
Goddamn.
of course, lasagna. The park was
Subtle-
planned to open in 1997.
as subtle as
and
a
was joint effort between the
steamroller
Michigan Development
dropping
Company
from
and
the
Davis's
sky.
company, Paws Inc. The cost of the
Aiko.
project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room, and even conceptualizing
my
the
God.
more mundane aspects of the project, such
This
as the
is-
garbage cans and restrooms.
Oh,
On top of the
that is
design
Garfield
contractors,
urinal.
Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on
I
the
don't
project
want to
during its early
license the
stages.
theme
This was when
park.
Davis
How
first
many
reached out to the
Wait,
Kennywood
how many
Entertainment
zeros?
Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around
Yeah, no,
Pennsylvania,
that was a
including
Garfield
Kennywood in West
urinal,
Mifflin.
and I
A year
don't
after the
think I
announcement,
like
The
that.
opening date was pushed back to
I don't
1998.
think I like where
Despite
that was
significant
going at all.
utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's
Ow,
Adventure
excuse me.
America and scaled back on its
Yeah,
plans.
you could
opting to
nearly.
construct and debut
I'm probably
the
gonna be
Garfield
watching
area
like a lot of
first, with
different
the
land
opening
today,
now planned for
because
1999.
I actually
By
have a
this point,
plan
a
for
significant
today,
number of
and I
Hendricks
need to
County
go
residents opposed the
specifically
project,
4
even
hours,
forming
or
a group
almost
called
4
Citizens
hours.
Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was
Cope.
pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000. In
That's
December of 1999,
That's a
Kennywood officials
name.
attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention and
Cope.
Trade Show. It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere,
is-
at least temporarily.
that
and
is
Kennywood
absolutely
Entertainment was reportedly
terrifying
one of his top
stuff,
choices,
Garfield.
specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the
Thank you, Newly.
family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya? An agreement was made between
Well
Kennywood
played,
and Paws Inc. for a
Defunctland.
one-year licensing
Well
deal to have
played.
Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and Lake Compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the Kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the Crocodile. Both parks assured
No,
fans that Garfield and
Kyle
Odie would
looks like
stand
he's seen
alongside the
better
legacy
days.
characters and would not
I'll be
replacing
honest.
them.
Kyle
This
the
integration in the
crocodile seemed like
northeastern
he'd
park
seen
seemed
some.
to conflict with the appeal
Seemed
of
like he'd
Garfield's
seen some
Adventure
shit.
America in Indiana. However, it was
He
revealed that the developers
seemed
of the
like he'd
Indiana
seen
park
some
only
shit.
had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially
It's like
invested in the park.
somebody
The
get that
developers assured the
crocodile
public and their
monster.
investors that Garfield's integration at Kennywood and Lake compounds would not
Then he
detract
can
from the
truly
appeal of
ascend to
Garfield's
be a
Adventure
Kyle.
America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The integration was successful enough that Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement, further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's
Garfield
Kittyland
time.
would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce. A kitty bounce tower made to look
Yeah,
like a block of cheese,
Garfield's
covered in mice,
Pounce
and adorned with a
Bounce.
Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to
What a
increase his presence
name.
at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled. The developer had
I'm
been sued by one of its
Garfin.
contractors for lack of payment, and not long
Oh,
after this,
dear.
it was revealed that the park owed $166,000 in back taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence in theme parks. And since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it
Mother
only
lot
made
of that
sense to go all in on
Garfield
the
is just
Pennsylvania park.
perpetually
It was time for
smug.
Garfield to get his own dark ride. It was at this point that the history of the Old Mill and the history of Garfield collided. Davis and Paws Inc. wanted a Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the Old Mill. The timing was perfect, and even better, Kennywood already had a designer in mind. Larry Kirshner, the owner of the haunted house design firm Halloween Productions, had recently installed an attraction at Kennywood, telling park management that if there ever came an opportunity to design a dark ride, Kirshner and Halloween Productions wanted
Oh.
in. Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed,
This
Kennywood
this
reached
man
out to Kirshner,
pure-
who happily accepted the job.
This man
Kirshner's
really
plans for the
cares
attraction included
about
animatronics
dark
and
rides.
3D effects, and his background in haunted houses would lead him to pitch a Garfield ride with horror and comedy aspects, not dissimilar to the Old Mill's hard-headed Harold theming. However,
Spooky
Kirshner's
Garfield.
plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein food character, and then we squirt them all with water. I wanted to do other CGI effects so it wasn't so static and so the characters were interacting with them. Obviously, big effects like this
Dude
were
really
difficult
had
to
some
achieve in
big
the theme's
ideas
limited
for this
budget,
ride.
But the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, "We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride." Pete McEnany, the general manager of Kennywood Entertainment, remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high."
I'm gonna pause that right there because I want to take just a second to talk about that. I'm also gonna resize the window. So, their whole thing, literally their entire thing, is like, okay, we get that you're passionate, and we get that you want to do this, but don't make it great. They're basically coming up to someone who's like, yeah, I really want to make a dark ride for you guys. I'll even do it for free. I just want to make a dark ride. And they fucking tell this dude, just make it okay. Don't make it great. Just make it okay because we can only put so many people in the boats. What? Who the fuck is doing this? What kind of management is going up to someone and be like, I like your idea. Tone it down. Make it okay. Like, you just, why? Why? What is, it's a boat ride. It's a boat ride. You're sitting in a boat, you're going at the speed of the water through a dark tunnel. Just, what? No, okay. Alright.
high
Just
capacity.
gonna let that
So with a
sink
small
in
budget
for a
and an
bit.
explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward. Kirshner imagined guests riding through the old mill as though they were riding through a Garfield book. The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some
Oh
of the
god,
dark portions.
what
One
a
point of contention in the
fucking
ride's
trip.
history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell." Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the old mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride's 103-year-old history. How this version would be received by the
Yeah, like
public,
that.
though, was
That
still
is like
uncertain.
wild to think of. It's just like there are two very different
On May 1st,
stories
2004, Kennywood opened for the season with a brand new attraction,
to that
Garfield's
involvement.
Nightmare. The retheme to the old mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance, although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters. Guests
God
entered the
damn.
attraction under the large
They really
signage,
did that to
twisting
poor
around
Kenny.
an outdoor queue with the familiar old mill show building intact.
Poor Kenny the
with a small
Kangaroo.
adjustment.
He was
In the
already
window of the
dead,
mill
but that
house,
just
a
that was the
frightened Garfield
final
could be seen
blow.
inside as the shutters opened and closed.
Yeah,
While
no,
waiting in
that's,
line,
that's
riders
fucking
viewed TV
terrifying.
screens that explained the
These
history of
fucking
the ride
mascots
and
are
featured
scary
clips
as
of
shit.
Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly handed
Why
3D
did
glasses
they
to
have
wear
to
on the
do that to
attraction.
my
After
boy?
riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing that the ride was covered in cameras. Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity.
Also,
As guests
you can
climbed a
tell
short lift hill, they heard a mysterious
that
booming
attendant-
voice.
This is the most frightening adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me some cheese and
enjoy your ride.
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway
Huh.
covered in glowing
Okay.
advertisements for PepsiCo products,
Cheese.
which was unsurprisingly Kennywood's
You
food
know,
and drink vendor. This was also
Cheese
the
is
first
a
of many
very
blacklight
wonderful
scenes,
person.
and the walls
I
were
like
splattered with
cheese.
fluorescent material,
Cheese
which was
is cool.
definitely added by Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103
Oh,
years
that's cheese
of bad
with a
aim.
Z.
This is also where the 3D glasses
I
came
like
into play.
cheese.
Rather than being a stereoscopic 3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts
Yeah.
colors through a holographic film.
Cheese
This
wholesome.
results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm
Also,
colors,
this is
red,
really
orange, and
fucking
yellow,
cool,
are the
by
ones
the
pulled
way.
forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors.
That
which
effect is
inadvertently
so
gave the ride a
fucking
distinct
cool.
color scheme. The chroma depth effect is commonly used in haunted houses.
Like,
and
chroma
Kirshner and
depth
his
is
team are
such
industry
a
leaders in the
fucking
style.
cool
A benefit
thing.
of the style is that unlike stereoscopic 3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground, while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real thing.
It's like,
After the
even
product
without the
placement time,
glasses,
riders
like, the
encountered their
colors
first
pop
Garfield
so
strip,
well.
which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big meal, thus beginning his nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride were previously
fucking
released
love
Garfield
that.
strips and not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating,
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
another strip
Also,
depicting Garfield depressed that he couldn't catch the ice
The
cream
person
truck.
doing
In the
the
next scene,
voice
the
work
ice cream
for
truck finally
Garfield
appears,
on this
but in a
ride
twist, the
definitely
truck, driven by ice cream cones,
was
is
just
chasing
not
after
feeling
Garfield.
it.
Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running
Or it
gag
was
in the
not a
comics.
great
The
day.
next scene shows the mailman smiling as an angry dog opens and closes its jaws. The next strip features another running gag from the comics, in which Garfield torments spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl.
It does
followed by
kinda
a scene
fit.
of a fish eating Garfield. The most terrifying part of the ride thus far is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching
More
post, and it
disturbing
appears that
carnival
this
rides.
chair, while not
Exactly.
getting
Hello,
direct revenge
Red.
on Garfield,
Good to see
is
you.
having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle, with
Oh,
Garfield
Jesus.
tied up by a rope, held by an Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip depicts Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man, and the next scene shows the pizza delivery man
That
and
was a
evil
big
pizza
needle.
boxes attacking Garfield. The next strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous
So what's the
who appears to have
overlap?
torn off his long tongue
Leading
and
to
wrapped it
another
around
na-
his body like a coat. There is also a zombie
Well,
hot dog monster strapped to a
we're
table
talking
wearing
about a
sunglasses.
dark ride that
The final
involves
strip and scene
Garfield.
shows John asking Garfield to catch mice,
So,
which
you
Garfield
know-
refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat just about anything besides mice. Despite this,
Probably
in
not far
Garfield's
off, to be
nightmare,
honest.
the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew.
It's
As
a
the ride
big
nears its
wiener.
end, characters that were tormenting Garfield moments ago are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes. Garfield's voice instructs guests that a photo op is coming up.
Oh yeah, got a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly placed so that guests may pose for the picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kinda scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction.
Yeah, this is
Garfield's Nightmare was
this is a
drastically
ride.
different than the old mill Kennywood regulars were used to, and any significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's Nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among
It's-
parkgoers,
it's
with many
pretty-
citing its cheap effects,
it's
product
pretty not
placement,
great.
and overall bizarre nature. It was too scary for many children and too Garfield for many adults. For longtime Kennywood fans, it felt like a betrayal of the historic old mill. But in all fairness, they probably just weren't around for the 1920s version that featured Jiggs and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it
That is a
successfully
fucking
featured many
name,
classic
too.
characters and famous scenarios from the comics. And the original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars, Garfield fans, or even children think? The real demographic that matters is the one that gave the old mill its century-long reputation: young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the old mill the old mill," which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, "couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, exchange pleasantries." This persistent mention in
yes.
official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have
Hey,
anticipated.
dear, do you want to
Full
go
disclosure for anyone that is not
exchange
aware,
pleasantries
every
on the
amusement park
Garfield
you have
ride?
ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business.
Oh,
Whether it's
boy,
at your local
you
amusement
bet
park
I
or at
do.
Walt Disney World. If you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this.
What's up,
because
babe?
it's
Why don't
never
you want a
notable. It's
canoodle
just a
in front of
given.
the giant
However, in all
wiener?
of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly on a ride's reputation like the old mill at
Literally.
Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934
Old Mill
talking
and
about
Park
how
adds
the ride
color
is a
to
great spot for
Tuesday
couples,
marriage.
and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity
People still
pushed
love
me over the
Kennywood's
edge.
Hideaway.
Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it. Look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides and you don't care about the culture attached to the old mill, I'd recommend skipping
Certain
to this time
Dune.
code. For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation
Oh.
as to how Kennywood attempted to police young lovers on the
Okay,
ride. But
okay,
little was known
hold
on
up,
how these riders
hold up. You gotta... Okay, Red, I'm curious. You have my attention, Red. You have my attention. Honestly, I probably should have just downloaded the music. I'll be real with you. Let's see if is this the right one. Alright. So I went to the grocery store at like 8 a.m. and I was looking at the vegetable section. Dude like 5 steps away was staring at me. And I finally deigned to look in their direction. He was looking at squashes besides me. He noticed me finally paying attention, and he picked up this enormous phallic-looking squash. Oh no. Looked at me and smirked. What the fuck? I That is... I raised my brow and squinted at him, shaking my head. I picked up a different veggie, a baby carrot, and just stared at him while I bit. Oh my god! Oh fuck. Oh my god. Fucker ran out of the store. Oh my god. Also, hi Crim Crim. Holy fuck, Red. That's amazing. Holy shit. And this is where normally the story would— oh, there's more? Oh no. What happened next, Red? I'm almost afraid, but I'm intrigued. But I found him again in a gas station 30 minutes late. Oh my god. The odds. Crept up behind him. Oh my god. And he turned because of my looming shadow. And I put on the most deranged yandere thing. Oh my god, Ray. Oh my god. Oh. Holy shit. And he screamed, bolted out of the store. He hopped in his car and drove off, but he forgot to remove the gas pump from his feet. What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh my god. Where does it go from there, though? He was forced to stay in the store and wait on the police. Meanwhile, he was staring at the floor because I was a few aisles away, staring ominously. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh. That's amazing. Dude is gonna have dude is gonna have nightmares. Red. Oh my god. Oh. Holy shit. Eventually an officer came, and what's more, I knew them. Oh my god. Holy shit. This is amazing. They saw the guy scared out of his mind, saw me, and easily put two and two together. Oh, holy shit. This is amazing, by the way. What a morning. Oh. God, I love that. Oh. Oh my god. And they moved over to him pretending to be subtle, but I could hear him whisper to the guy, "I'm not letting you off with a warning." Oh, I'm letting you off with a warning. Run and don't look back. If she finds you alone, she will destroy you. Just like my wife in the most dire job. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, that just makes it so much better! Holy shit! Oh. God. Group effort time. He spurted out of the store. I spent the rest of my outing laughing with the officer catching up. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh. Holy shit. That's so good. Oh, fuck. Oh. In the story with this bit of info, I am the reason no one catcalls in my town. Holy shit. I respect that, Red. That that is a hell of a morning. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, no, that's too good. I love that. That's too good. Oh. Spin these stories into a webcomic or something. Need a Red autobiography. That morning. Yeah. Just, that sounds amazing. Holy shit. I love that. Oh, let me move this back over to here. Holy shit. Oh my god. Thank you for the hydrate, Aiko, and the posture check. I appreciate it. That was a trip. Thank you, Red. Appreciate that. Red is a blessing to all of us. I agree, Squid. Red is wonderful. Oh. Oh, my sides hurt in the best way. Oh. I appreciate that the little story in the middle of our dissension into cursed Garfield related ride shit. That was great. Oh. And now we return to our regular scheduled Garfield cursed shit.
Were able to accomplish some
fuck.
of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these
I'm gonna be
legends
thinking
true,
about
or
that
were they fiction?
Why?
In the name of research, I tweeted the following: Have you or someone you know ever made out or made love in the Old Mill Dark Ride at
Story
Kennywood
of Red
Amusement Park?
tormenting
If
and
so, please email your story
check
to
out this part of the video that describes all the rampant
I followed up this tweet
holiness.
clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity.
Yeah!
I wanted to know where in the ride
Let's
people
go.
jumped out. And either no one saw this reply or they didn't care, because I did receive many, many emails, and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the Old Mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburghese, yins are nasty. Of the 56 messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake, and the
Yins are
vast majority contained
nasty.
details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness.
Yeah, let's
Feel
go.
free to pause and read at your own pace.
We're not going to read these because we're on stream. However,
In the end, the email submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs, try to space out their boat departures as best they could from other riders, and then run their hands on either side of the boat to slow their motion.
and it was
thus
about
extending the ride
giant
and their
squash.
time in the
I
dark.
don't think they were about
Second, there are
giant
at least 2
squashes,
people who
but
claim
they,
to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you. Third, most surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many
Yeah,
people from treating the Old Mill
were
as the same
conceived
form
on
of
this
love
ride.
previous generations
That's,
had enjoyed. In fact, the majority
that's a
of my
hell of
emails
a
were
thing
about
to think
acts of
about.
passion that took place in the neon-lit tunnels of Garfield's Nightmare. Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance,
Worth reading in
while
your
others
own
admitted that
time.
they
Yeah,
believe it added
they
to
are
it.
definitely worth
Some
reading
even
on your own
purposefully
time.
sought it out. Maybe ironically,
Baby
maybe
carrots,
not.
more like.
As one emailer so eloquently put it, quote, Garfield knows all of our sins.
Garfield knows all of our sins.
Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep
That
and
is
proper
a
maintenance that
fucking
Garfield's Nightmare
statement.
experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the
Holy
queue were
shit,
removed,
that
and
is a
many of the effects
fucking
in the ride stopped
statement.
working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear infrequently. When guests were given 3D glasses, the often
Reminds me of
rambunctious
those
riders would
cursed
make a game
Garfield
out of
pics.
throwing
Kind
them
of,
onto
yeah.
the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed,
Oh,
resulting in
Jesus.
them appearing permanently blackened. All of this somewhat
Oh,
added to the
God.
uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of upkeep. Other than this, the ride lived a quaint, quiet existence, with no major changes or updates.
Be
Year
honest,
after
there were
year,
a couple of
Kennywood
Garfield
would open for
episodes
the
and
season,
I'm...
and Garfield's
Yeah.
Nightmare would open with it.
Yeah,
In
there kind of
2007,
was.
a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released. But besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride. In 2011, the Garfield comic strip featured
And
Garfield,
yeah, I know
Odie, and
that I'm
John
Hungry
going to an
John
amusement
ones.
park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look familiar? No. It's the sign. It's the Kennywood sign. You
Yo.
can meet the sign.
They
Kennywood
made
would
the
eventually
sign a
integrate Thomas the
mascot.
Tank Engine and the Pittsburgh Steelers into attractions at the park.
Okay,
And the new
okay,
properties fit
okay, I need to stop right there. Kennywood, they lose Garfield and Odie. Okay, how do we replace Garfield and Odie as mascots? I know. Let's make the sign a mascot. You know, you do you. The fucking sign. They made the sign to the park. That kangaroo just be like, you couldn't live with the failure of Garfield, and where did that bring right back to me? This is what they get for leaving him out of the launch party of the ride. They should have let him on the boat. They didn't let him on the boat, and now he outlived Garfield and Odie as mascots for the park. Also, the fact that they have fucking Pittsburgh Steelers as just branded Pittsburgh Steelers as a part of the amusement park. It's like, ah, yes, amusement park, football. Yes, that's what I think. Ah, yes, football. Hand egg. Right. You know, Kennywood, you do you. Never change. Start recording my stories when they any streams. You know, the funny thing about that is if we remember all of the streams that those took place in, I can literally just take the VOD that's on YouTube and edit that into its own thing. And or have somebody edit that into its own thing. See, that's the thing. If anyone is curious, well, I have it here. All of the VODs go here. Wait, has Sylvie been trying to get stuff of Red? If this is how I get introduced to Vil, I will just die. Oh god. See, cause that is the thing. If I do get like some editing stuff done, I probably will like talk to Vil. Oh god. I'm curious because you know with Faye's input, we've got to put the Luigi story music to that. It's gotta have that music. The whole thing just has to have Luigi telling a story in the background. But like, instead of that, just have like the background to the whole video just be Red edited in as Luigi from Paper Mario. I'll record. I've told 4, but one was during a VC. Yeah, one was during a VC in the Void. That is true. There are quite a few that have been on stream, though. There are a few that have been in the VODs. I really should actually get like a channel intro thing that's just got a bunch of random snippets from streams put together. That would probably be a good thing. Because I currently do not have a channel trailer. Aside from this one, I remember the one during Power Wash. There was one during Power Wash Sim, that is true. That is also the stream where I said I do got that ass. That is something I said during that stream. Bucket or the elevator? It was about the bucket. The bucket one was during the Power Wash Simulator stream. Because I remember Faye hopped in for that and played the fucking music from the 1,000 Year Door during the story. I should play more Power Wash. Which my schedule might be changing around just a tiny bit here recently. I'm a millennial, okay, Red, yeah, no, I feel that. That is also me. I don't know if it was both. I think the elevator was a different stream. I want to say that the elevator was a different stream. And or the elevator might have been the one in the void. I'm trying to remember. Oh my god, yeah. No, we are getting to that point, Red. We are. Oh no, we're all potatoes. Yeah. We have all become potatoes. We are in solidarity with Potato Snick. The bucket one was I'm start nomming tapioca. I have one. You know, understandable. I feel that. So, in order to distract myself from the impending, like, feeling that, oh yeah, I grew up in the 90s,
into Kennywood
the
much more
Steelers!
effortlessly than Garfield ever did.
How about the
Despite
hand
Garfield
egg?
and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was
Impending
until
doom.
2019, when news broke
Yeah.
that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights to Garfield would be utilized by Viacom
Photorealistic
subsidiary
potato with
Nickelodeon.
your hair
This
and
also
face
put Viacom in charge
photoshopped on.
of the character's licensing.
I don't
Viacom
know how I
immediately
feel
began
about
tightening
that,
the brand's
Squid.
image, and the
I don't
company
know
told
how I feel
Kennywood
about
that
a
if they wished to continue
photorealistic
to
potato
operate
with my
Garfield's
eye,
Nightmare, the licensing fee
with
would
my
increase
haired
significantly.
face
This pressured
photoshopped
Kennywood
onto
into
it.
removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to save the ride. Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many. This is not
Oh,
to say that
no.
the attraction had no fans, as in those 16 years of operation, an entire generation of
16
Kennywood
years.
visitors had experienced the ride as their one and only version of the old mill. In March of 2020, Kennywood's YouTube account posted a video titled The History of the Old Mill at Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style theme park documentary in a similar vein to other
what?
YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However,
Wait.
halfway through the video, it was
Wait,
revealed
what?
that this was not just a retrospective of the old mill, but it was also an announcement.
You have made
We're going to be bringing
photorealistic
back the
potato
old mill, as
tubers.
so many of you have requested, and restoring the ride to the retro western theme.
Oh
The
no.
news was celebrated by fans.
Oh, no.
who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline read, "I hope they serve lasagna in heaven." During the off-season, the ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie
Oh
to the
my
Garfield
God.
brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom, in order to prevent them from being sold or ending up on the black market. To ensure compliance, Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props. The opening of the ride would be
You
delayed
know,
due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when
respect
it debuted
that.
for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West ghost town theme was welcomed back into the historic ride. Despite the massive overhaul, the new theme
yo, was that
utilized
Aeon
multiple props
again?
and effects from Garfield's Nightmare.
That
the new Old Mill also
Pistola?
had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill
I'm literally
iterations.
just
For
referencing
instance,
all of
the
the
appearance of a
Skeletubers
character
that I
named
know
Harold,
with this
referencing
raid.
hard-headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, "G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna."
Said to Prism, if this
The Old
becomes
Mill
a trend,
Kennywood
I'm
is the
gonna
world's
rename
oldest
my
operating
Twitter
Old Mill attraction,
handle the
and this is
Big
not by
Red
coincidence.
Farmer.
Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily a beloved attraction, the re-theme played
Oh
an
my
important part in
God.
extending the life of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon
fuck.
paint and surreal visuals,
That's
like any Old Mill
amazing.
re-theme, most Kennywood guests will remember the
I love
attraction
that.
for something else. While most of the
Holy
emails I
shit.
received detailed explicit and often
The
disgusting
trend's
acts of
so
passion that
badly
took place on the
now.
Old Mill, my takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general
You
public.
want to see Farmer
fact, it was quite
Jingoistic
the opposite.
Gigantus?
The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special
Farmer-
environments where some of our
Just hundreds
strongest
of
memories are formed,
potatoes.
whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different
Oh,
generations
God.
share how this one ride impacted them was
All of the
surprisingly moving.
potatoes.
To hear stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the
And
scariness
just
of having your
hundreds
first
of
kiss, and even
VTubers
missed opportunities,
potatoing
lost
themselves.
loves. For one rider who grew up in a small town, the
Just
dark
for
tunnels
the
of the attraction were
insanity
the
of
first
it.
place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the Old Mill made them
Aww.
laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful, and a good reminder of why I love talking
Oh,
about
the
these
wholesome
parks. They are memorable and
messages.
exciting places where it's as much about riding the attractions as it is who you are riding with. And sometimes the most memorable experience one can
Also,
have
yes,
is
Red.
getting a kiss
What-
while
what-
riding a boat through a dark tunnel. And sometimes it's getting a
I
kiss
don't
while
have
riding a boat
to call
in
them
front of a
VT.
neon Garfield.
Oh? Oh?
By the old mill stream,
Potatoes are called to. Oh my god.
with your
Oh my god.
eyes of blue,
Oh my god, they are. Oh my god, they are. That has opened up so many fucking memories for me. Oh shit. Y'all are just potato. Yeah, you know? As a VTuber, I can confirm I am a potato. Come to a screeching halt. Yours and mine both, Squid. Yours and mine both.
In the summer of 2004, a large shipment arrived at a zoo in South
There we go.
Dakota called Reptile Gardens. The package was humongous, even for the zoo that was used to receiving shipments of abnormally large
Right.
animals. Reptile Gardens was expecting the package, but it was still shocking to see the contents in person. The shipment was a 16-foot crocodile named Maniac. The 34-year-old creature was born in captivity in Australia and got his name after killing other crocodiles in its habitat. For the
Jesus
previous
Christ.
14 years, Maniac had been on display at
Derailed
the
the
Australia
stream with
Wildlife
this
Park,
reaction
where he
video of
witnessed
Rides
the
on
rise and fall
Rails.
of one of Australia's most
Oh.
popular theme parks.
And we've gone from that to a croc named Maniac that killed other crocs in its own habitat. We've gone completely off the rails. Yeah, it's kind of true. God damn.
In 1972, Kings Island opened in Mason, Ohio. The park was the first theme park to
Holy
be built by the
shit.
Taft Broadcasting Company. and
Oh
its new
my
theme park
god,
division, the Kings
I
Entertainment
think I've
Company,
been
or
there.
Keko. Taft Broadcasting would implement the theming and details seen in the
I
theme
think I've
parks
been to
constructed by
Kings
the Walt Disney
Island.
Company, utilizing the classic Hanna-Barbera cartoon characters that they had recently acquired. Kings Island was a huge success, and it would prompt Taft and
There
Keko
can
to build more
only
parks.
be
The company built Kings Dominion in Doswell,
one
Virginia,
said
which opened in
crocodile.
1975. They acquired Carowinds in Charlotte, North Carolina the same year. Keko would open Canada's Wonderland in Ontario, Canada in 1981. In 1985, they would be hired to operate
Yeah,
Great
this is about a
America in
park
Santa
that's
Clara,
in
California.
Australia.
Taft's
So it
expansion
started.
into
So
theme parks had been
naturally,
a
it
huge
starts with a
success,
park
and
in
the company
Ohio.
continued looking for areas to
Ohio's
expand.
close
The
enough to
prospects of
Australia.
international theme parks outside of North America became much more attractive on April 5th, 1983, when the Walt Disney Company opened their first international park, Tokyo Disneyland, to rave reviews and financial success. It might not be a coincidence that a mere 4 months later, Taft Broadcasting announced that they were planning to build an international theme park of their own. Only their
Yeah,
park
Kings
would not
Island.
be in Asia. Taft Broadcasting was going down under.
Have you also heard of, Kings Island in Ohio? Yes. I think I was very little.
In 1983, Sydney, Australia was home to over 3 million people. Despite a wide array of entertainment options and a thriving art scene,
Because
the city
I
only had
barely
one notable
remember
amusement park
anything
named
about
the Harborside
Ohio.
Amusement Park. The park had opened under the name
I'll
Luna
be
Park
honest.
in 1935, where it had operated for over 40 years. After a tragic ride fire in 1979, the park was closed and mostly demolished, with some of its attractions being sent to the small Magic Kingdom Park just south of Sydney. Luna Park's
'Cause
ownership
there's,
was
like,
changed, and the park,
There's Kings
now missing
Island,
most
there's
of its signature
Troopers
features and
Island, there's
attractions,
fucking
reopened
Troopers
in
Island's not a
1982 as
theme park,
Harborside
though.
Amusement Park. Local developers
what's
took notice of
there's
the controversy and
fucking park
instability
in
of the
Santa
park
Claus,
and began to consider
Indiana.
building an all-new theme park for Sydney. As luck would have it, an American company with years of experience in the theme park industry was already looking to
there's
expand
another one that's not
internationally.
too
Taft
far.
Broadcasting's choice to expand its parks to Australia was far from random. Hanna-Barbera had created a
You know, that's
studio
fair,
in Sydney
Red.
in 1972, and Taft would operate the Australian division of CIC Video, a VHS distributor. Due to this, the children of Australia had a
Oh,
familiarity
Jesus
and
Christ, Barney
appreciation
is
for the
horrifying.
Hanna-Barbera
Oh,
characters.
God.
And after conducting a thorough
Oh,
market
fuck.
research examination on Sydney, Taft was
No
confident
more
that
of
a
that.
theme park would work well
Let's
in the
not
area.
have
The park costs an estimated
eyeless
$65 million
Barney.
to build,
Can
which
we
was down
please
from early
not
projections
have
of
that?
$75 million.
I don't
Taft
want
wanted
that
the park
in
to
my
be smaller than its
nightmares.
American counterparts, and they expected to rely on locals rather than
That is
tourists to
fucking
populate the park.
terrifying.
Some locals were concerned over Americanization of the area.
Barney
especially
was
after
doing
hearing
more
that the
than
park was to be
staring
the
into your
biggest in the
soul
Southern
at that
Hemisphere.
point.
The result, however,
Barney
hard to
was
scoff
staring
at.
into the fucking all-consuming void.
There's a world I'd like to live in, a world I'd like to see, where there's too much fun for everyone, and still lots left for me, where there's magic on every corner, and a smile on every face. If I could just step out of this perfect dream, into this perfect place. Wouldn't it be wonderful, walking hand in hand? Wouldn't it be wonderful if the world was wonderland? Wouldn't it be wonderful for every boy, girl, woman, and man? Wouldn't it be wonderful if the world was wonderland?
The park, named Australia's Wonderland,
That
officially opened on December 7th,
was an
1985.
interesting
The
song.
park's management predicted 1.6 million guests would visit the park each year, despite its limited operating schedule. The park would be open only on weekends and during school and national holidays. It would also be closed from mid-May to early August, Australians' winter months due to its location in the southern hemisphere. When guests first walked through the gates of Australia's Wonderland in 1985, they were greeted with three major lands within the park: Medieval Fair, Hanna-Barbera Land, and Gold Rush. While these lands did contain classic amusement rides, the park emphasized its live entertainment, boasting 23 different stage shows and characters unique to each land that would interact with guests. Medieval Fair was themed to the mythical Middle Ages. The land gave guests themed attractions such as a bumper car ride named the Jousting Ring, the Spinning Sea Demon, and the
Okay.
looping starship Bounty's.
Okay. This is like that Wendy's commercial before the start of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies on VHS. Kind of, yeah. I just want to point out the first. Yes, the three typical parklands: Medieval, Western, and Hanna-Barbera. Yeah. I just want to point out the fact that Medieval Land, the first ride that was mentioned was bumper cars. Can we talk about that for a second? Ah, yes. Medieval times, bumper cars. Yes, that's what I think of. That is exactly what I think. Like, jousting, you can kind of spin that, but bumper cars? Yeah, like, jousting, you can kind of spin that, but at the same time, bumper cars. The classic medieval ride. Bumper cars. You know, the thing that is powered by fucking electricity. Which, by the way, the time that this came out, you know for damn sure they were using the old school fucking bumper car technology. Where if you stepped out while that thing was fucking on, you were getting the shock of your goddamn life. You uncouth fiend, how dareth you bump me? I shall bump you tenfold. Have at thee. I reach over to one of the textbooks for my students and I find a page with 2 knights jousting on yellow bumping of cars. I'm gonna Oh yeah. Oh my god, I love that. But yeah, no, like, I feel compelled to draw 2 knights in bumper cars jousting. I had to cough laugh at that. Oh my god. I love that. I love that it has begotten inspiration to art. That's cute. That's adorable. I love that. Oh, this is an eventful stream today. I'm all for it.
Revenge. Guests experiencing the latter would often forget to empty their pockets before riding, resulting in hundreds of dollars worth of coins falling to the lake below, and in one bizarre situation, a cigarette lighter falling onto the queue's roof and exploding. Fortunately, no one was injured.
Whoa. Let's wind that back just a second. Excuse me. Can you repeat that?
Hundreds of dollars worth of coins falling to the lake below, and in one bizarre situation, a cigarette lighter falling onto the queue's roof and exploding. Fortunately, no one was injured. Hanna-Barbera Land featured beloved characters from the cartoon studio, as well as rides and attractions based upon
What kind of cigarette lighter are you carrying, my
Jetliners,
dude?
Huckleberry Hound's Merry-Go-Round, Old McScrappy's Golf Farm, Fred Flintstone's Splashdown, and the Celebrity Night Gala Show, featuring some of the more popular characters. This land also had a children's wooden roller coaster.
Like, I know sometimes they bust and burst into flames. How in the fuck did it fucking explode? You don't use nitroglycerin in your lighter. You know, this is like the 80s. Maybe they were a little more, hard to buy the lighter from a Hanna-Barbera character. You know, he could have gotten it from Huckleberry Hound. You know, maybe Huckleberry Hound's an avid smoker. We don't know that. Acme as fuck. Yeah, it definitely was. Also, when is the last time anyone heard Huckleberry Hound? I feel like Huckleberry Hound is one of those characters that just kind of like disappeared after a while. Either Yogi Bear or Snagglepuss. What about Top Cat? 5 seconds ago before that, never. Oh, Oh, Ico. If I reminded you of we're all wrong. Oh. You know, I forgot about that reboot. Yeah. Huckleberry Hound is the blue one. The blue one with the vest and like the I think sometimes. Quick Draw McGraw. You know what? You got a point. You got a point, Squid. It was probably Quick Draw McGraw. Also, like thinking about old cartoons now, you got me thinking because I saw Dino Mutt as one of the mascots, and I was like, oh god, fucking Dino Mutt. Ah, yes, I love the fact that the main antagonist of Wacky Races was named Dick Dastardly. What a great name, fucking Dick Dastardly, and his twirly mustache. That is a very Dick Dastardly thing to do, is have an exploding lighter. Muttley. Dick Dastardly and Muttley. Because Muttley always had the little fucking barely audible laugh. Like that. Still thrown that they made a Dilf in that 3D movie a couple years ago. Oh god. I forgot about that. Oh my god. That is a thing. Cause like he was always a lanky motherfucker. For not to think of that possibility. Oh, that's funny. Genuinely, that's funny. While we're on the topic of it though, so let's see like old cartoons that most people probably forgot. There's this Captain Caveman. Anybody remember Captain Caveman? Yeah, it was the Scoob movie. I think they had Dick Dastardly in. I kind of want to watch that at some point. Cause like, yeah, Captain Caveman. And then there's Jabberjaw. Fucking Josie and the Pussycats. Let's see, what else am I thinking of? I got Johnny Quest. Speed Buggy. Speed Buggy's another one. Herbie. Captain Caveman made me want to shave my face and I don't even have a beard. You know, that's fair. That's valid. Captain Caveman was kind of like that. Let's see, what else was there in that fucking time period? The three that I most remember are Scooby-Doo, Flintstones, and Jetsons because they were all... Yeah, those were like the pillars of Saturday morning cartoons. Because you had well, yeah, you had Scooby-Doo, the Flintstones, and the Jetsons. And then like you had other things like the Looney Tunes, which would always be on like rerun. Let me continue going back in time with the Hanna-Barbera stuff. If I'm remembering correctly, there was also Hong Kong Phooey. That was a show. That was indeed a show. Vague memories like Quick Draw Yogi, and then like random skit. Yeah. Yeah, Hong Kong Phooey was something that existed. That is something that existed and disappeared. Yeah, as a kid, innocence is a hell of a thing. Then there was also Secret Squirrel. Everybody's got to remember Secret Squirrel. SWAT Cat, Street Sharks. You know, fair. Yeah, Secret Squirrel. Fucking engage the engage flashback mode. I think I was talking to Aiko the other day about like old cartoons on. I was trying to remember exactly who I was talking with about old cartoons. Lade, hello. Oh, Squidge! I think I was actually talking with you about some old cartoons. It's good to see you, Lade. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling better, by the way. I want to shout you up. Glad that the worst is behind you. Okay, I'll go. All good, Squid. Chicks dig giant robots. Yeah. The other thing, I think, yeah, that me and Squid were talking about with old cartoons, we talked about, like, old Disney cartoons. Stuff, like, we talked about Cartoon Network, and I think the deepest cut, I think it did. Oh, Squid, what is it? I dig giant robots. You know what? Fair, Red. The Funky Phantom. Oh, that is. Oh, I think I vaguely know of that. Like, very vaguely. It's like, it's hitting something in my brain, but I feel like I have suppressed it for one reason or another. It's kind of concerning me that I know what it. I sort of know what it is, but at the same time, I don't. I feel like that's a bad thing. Paul Revere. Oh, fuck. Yep. Nope. Nope. I know exactly what the fuck it is now. That's all I needed to hear, and my brain has been unlocked. Yep. 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 It is indeed a Scooby-Doo lookalike. Yep. That was a show. That was a series. That they did that. They did in fact do that. I wondered why my brain was like, that sounds familiar, and I should know what this is. Now I know. That has unlocked some memories that I didn't think were still in my head. Welp. So we're binge watching The Funky Phantom later, right? That's what we're gonna do, right? 17 episodes and ran for 4 months. So we're gonna watch the whole series later, right? Oh god. Like, thinking about the Scooby-Doo sort of knockoff series, there was that and Jabberjaw. Just sitting here on pause video, giving Luis an existential crisis. They're available on viewer. You know, that doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of things on there. Oh my god, just... That is just so fucking... It's so wild to me to think that those are things that existed. Like, Scooby-Doo was Hanna-Barbera, and all of the Scooby-Doo knockoffs of the time were also made by Hanna-Barbera. Yeah, because you know why? Hanna-Barbera was basically just like, okay, this worked. This formula worked. So let's make something slightly different, but keep the formula the same. So that's why they had the Funky Phantom and Jabberjaw. And they even crossed over a lot. That's the other thing you've got to remember with the Scooby-Doo knockoffs. They also did crossovers and Speed Buggy. And Josie. Yep. Basically, they took the same idea and just changed a couple things here and there. And was like, yeah, we're good. This is a new series. People will love it. It was like making the Snorks. Oh, the fucking Snorks. Right. Also, not gonna lie, the fucking Snorks gave rise to one of the most unpleasant bits of slang ever. I feel some pain and... Yeah, no, there's a little bit of pain in me thinking about the Snorks. Because I don't like slang attached to the Snorks. Also, hi, Zell. You've joined in at an interesting time. We're talking about old cartoons. Just... I'm reminded of the Snork that had 2 Snorks. Yeah, you know, that Snork was there for a snorking. Been here for a bit, but have missed some content. You know, we started watching this thing on Wonderland Park in Australia. They have a Hanna-Barbera land, and we started talking about Hanna-Barbera cartoons. I had those 2 things locked away in quarantine, and then Red just snapped the lock off the door and let him loose. That's what you did with me with the Funky Phantom. I forgot that fucking existed entirely. Went off the rails after Nights on Bumper Cars. Yeah. Snapped or straight up punched the lock. I think at that point it's just grabbing the lock and ripping it off. Just ripping that right out of the door. That lock in my left. Oh my god, we were on the same wavelength. Oh, I love that. But yeah, no, I had the Funky Phantom apparently just blocked off in my mind. I'm trying to think if there's any more that I'm missing. Because I brought up Top Cat earlier. Magilla Gorilla. Fucking Magilla Gorilla. Big smile on my face like the one I gave poor bastard in the gas station. Yeah, there you go. There's one. There's Magilla Gorilla. That'll bring back some memories. Got a gorilla for sale. Magilla Gorilla for sale. For sale. Won't you try him? Take him. Buy him. Got a gorilla for sale. Remember another ape cartoon. Grape Ape? You're thinking of Grape Ape. Yes, you're thinking of Grape Ape. That song was a bop. Grape Ape was something. It's not really a very fortunate name. I'm also, for later, I'm gonna find the fucking Magilla Gorilla song. I'm gonna find that fucking song and put that in the Discord. That's gonna be there. Everyone is gonna experience that. Holy shit. We have gone on a ride. Grape Ape ignited first wave of monster fuckers. You know, possibly. Grape Ape might be partially. So, Luis. Fun fact, I actually have that fucking song on my playlist. I have that fucking song on my playlist. I have. Yeah, that fucking Jabberjaw song is literally on my playlist. Because it low-key kind of slaps. That's one of the things that's like really befuddling to me. Still waiting on Funky Phantom Marathon for Sunday night. You know, maybe. Ayo? Ayo? We gonna cover Jabberjaw? Danny John. Adam, Ant, and Squidly Diddly. Oh my god, Squid. And Luis? Maybe. Song kinda go hard. Should not have looked up the song. Oh no. Also, the more and more that I think about it, there's a lot of stuff in my childhood that's like, looking back on it, I'm like, maybe it should have been more obvious with my current interests, where they came from. Squid's head now, the madness is setting in. It's like, that is the twist all along. We started out, we've real life is actually just Bloodborne, and we have been slowly gaining insight this entire stream. So we're now at the point where we start seeing the Eldritch Horrors. God, this is a beautiful stream. I appreciate this. Garfield, yeah, you know, we did start the stream off with Garfield. They're crawling out of the depths of my memories like freaking zombies. You know what? I would be happy to continue talking about more of this stuff later as well. So this should be fun. I should probably continue this video though before I continue to get sidetracked. I might actually find something on Hanna-Barbera cartoons after this.
The Beastie, which was half the size and height of Wonderland's premier attraction, the Bush Beast, located in the Gold Rush section of the park.
A staring contest of
attractions such as
thieves.
Funnel Web, the Skyhawk, Ned Kelly's Getaway, and the River
Ned
Rafting on
Kelly's
Snowy River
Getaway.
Rampage. The Bush
That
Beast
is
was
the
the main
most
draw of the area,
Australian
and it was themed
sounding
as the sister
ride
to Kings
ever.
Island's popular wooden coaster, the Beast. The Bush Beast reached
Stood
speeds of up
on
to
the crest
56
was
miles per
staring at
hour
the
and
great
heights of 90
crags,
feet,
like
and it was the
jutting
tallest wooden roller
fangs,
coaster in the southern
the
hemisphere at the
snaking
time of its
chasm like a
opening.
demon's
Wonderland's
tongue, and I
opening season
knew I
was a
was
huge
looking
success,
upon the
and
yawning
expansions
abyss
of
of
the
the
park were quickly
uncanny
revamped to ensure public interest remained in the
opened
attraction.
wide.
In 1988, Wonderland received the Beach, a water park that operated seasonally and adjacent to Wonderland, where park guests could visit
Accurate.
without purchasing another admission ticket. In 1989, the double-lift Ferris wheel, the Zodiac,
I know
was
who Ned
relocated
Kelly
to Wonderland
is.
from Kings Island.
As
1990
exactly
saw
why I
the
said
opening
that
of
is
yet
the
another
most
park adjacent to
Australian
Wonderland,
named
the
ride
Australia
ever.
Wildlife Park. The park
Like,
was home to over
holy
600
shit.
animals, including dingoes, kangaroos, koalas, goannas,
Fucking
penguins,
dingoes.
and crocodiles, such as the homicidal maniac. The park heavily leaned into Australian culture, most likely for the international tourists, offering activities such as boomerang throwing, whip cracking, and serving Billy tea and damper. For all of the guests wanting to experience the outback
yeah,
without leaving
Billy
the city,
tea.
this was the perfect destination. In the early 90s, Australia's Wonderland and its parks blossomed with even more shows and attractions being added. The Blinky Bill show, based off of the famous Australian
Koalas.
cartoon, was a hit with kids, and the Rock and Roll Wrestling show featured legendary wrestlers and gave families the opportunity to win a lunch with a wrestler of their choice.
Yo!
Rides like the Demon, a Vekoma boomerang
You
coaster,
can win
and
a-
the Space
you can
Probe,
win a
drop
lunch with a
tower, were also
wrestler?
added to the parks, and a
Hey,
new themed
yo.
area named Transylvania was created. Wonderland was so popular among locals that weddings were even
That's
held in the
adorable,
park.
Red.
In less than a decade, Wonderland had
that.
proven its naysayers wrong. Those who visited Wonderland had overwhelmingly positive experiences. Likewise, the park knew what guests wanted and actively sought to provide fun, high-quality entertainment for the whole family.
I mean,
When
I'm gonna
Keko
be
Entertainment
real.
was bought by Paramount in 1992, Wonderland was the only park out of the original 6 TAF parks to remain under local management, avoiding the era of painful intellectual property tie-ins that other parks such as Kings Island would experience. The fun seemed like it would never end, but in 1997, as Maniac watched family after family pass his cage, each enjoying their vacation in Wonderland,
you know,
he nor they realized
that reminded
the
me,
park's days were already
to be
numbered.
fair,
In 1997, the
squid
Malaysian-based
koalas are
Sunway Group
kind of like
acquired
the
Australia's
potatoes of the
Wonderland.
animal
Sunway
kingdom.
Group already owned theme parks around Malaysia, and
They're
it seemed as though it
adorable,
was poised to take
but
Wonderland
god
to the
damn
next
it, are
level.
they really
Despite its
not
popularity
bright?
among locals, the park's ownership was having trouble breaking even
They are
with all
really
the
fucking
expansions and
not
operating
bright.
costs, as the park now operated year-round instead of its initial seasonal schedule. After the change
They
in management,
are
it was speculated
very
that
much
even more
not
expansion was on the
intelligent
horizon for Wonderland.
animals.
That perhaps Sunway Group would bring more rides, attractions, and possibly
They
a
are
full
the
resort.
epitome
The
of
Sunway
head
Group added the
empty.
Skyrider attraction in 1997, changed the park's name to Wonderland Sydney to coordinate with the Olympics
You know,
coming to the city in
fair.
2000, and brought properties from Marvel Comics and Cartoon Network to the park in 2002, which also brought a revamped welcome sign featuring Spider-Man and the Hulk. Popular Marvel characters now
Yo!
roam the parks, offering meet and greets and
Fucking
autographs,
old
and a Powerpuff
school
Girls live stage show was
Wolverine.
added. However, it soon became apparent that Sunway Group had no interest in expanding the theme park further. In fact, the company even began inexplicably shutting down whole sections of the park, using odd excuses such as
Yeah,
efficiency
Marvel and
studies
Cartoon
finding that
Network's
the
kinda
park was
weird.
too big.
We need a
Select rides were
koala
closed or
VTuber that's a
removed
stoner.
altogether. The kid favorite coaster,
You know,
the
there
Beastie,
might
sat dormant,
actually
to the
be
dismay of the visiting
thinking
children.
about that,
Compared to the
Red.
rapid expansion the park saw under Keko, this was a massive blow to the locals
That
and
might
fans.
actually-
Parkgoers were forced to
there
watch
might
their
be
cherished local park crumble
already.
bit by bit before their eyes. In early 2004,
If
after a
there's
slow,
not,
painful descent
that is a
into
very,
disrepair,
very
Sunway
big
Group
missed
announced that they would be
opportunity.
closing Wonderland
Someone
Sydney.
could take
And on April
advantage of
26th,
really easily.
2004, Wonderland Sydney closed its doors.
Oh, Jesus
really upset
Christ.
the Hulk. Captain America's staying brave.
Hang tough, troopers.
But no one cheers when a fun park dies.
I spent many days here, early mornings to late at night, with a lot of friends, had great times.
For 18 years, Wonderland Sydney has cheered up, frightened and exhilarated patrons with
There's
its
already a
Just for
chicken
Fun
nugget.
theme. Today, park security was doing its best to keep the fun going for staff arriving for their
Luis,
last
that was
day on the
old
job.
school Captain America design. Before they redid the colors.
A lot of people have said that it's going to be like a big thing gone out of their childhood.
Also, I love Nugget.
The fun park will be
And Jesus seems very nice as well. Out of
one year, the
context,
park sat
that sounds
abandoned.
really
Rides were
bizarre
removed
for me to
seemingly
just
without
say.
agenda or haste. As the months went on, various attractions such as Bounty's Revenge,
The only one
Great
who
Balloon
finds
Race,
it weird that Captain
Galleon's
America is in
Graveyard,
an
Little
Australian
Monsters
theme
Flying
park.
School,
Yeah,
and the
it's
Broken
kind
Hill
of
Mill
weird.
Games Arcade were all sold and moved off of the property. By June of
This
2004,
90s
the Bush Beach
live
train cars
action
would be sitting
movie
on top
Captain
of the
America.
lift hill while
Yeah.
other trains were removed from the ride.
That was a
During the
hell of
same
a
month,
movie.
the park was used by the soldiers of the Reserve Response Force as training grounds. The worst part of the way in which the Sunway Group handled the park's closing was its treatment, or lack thereof, of the animals in Australia Wildlife Park. While Maniac and a few others were relocated, many of the other animals were not. Due to this, former park employees began breaking into Wonderland Sydney to rescue the animals that had been forgotten. In 2005, the demolition was halted and prolonged over an improper license dispute the demolition company was in possession of. There was an
That's
incident
really
in 2005
fucking
where a man
sad.
fell from the defunct Space Probe ride and sustained back injuries, although it was unclear why he was up there or what he was doing. In August of 2005, the Bush Beach was
Yeah,
finally
I
ripped from
agree.
the
Fuck
ground and
Sunlight.
demolished. The Marvel superhero-themed front gate was detached and sold for $1,000 to a junkyard in Londonderry, where it still remains to this day. Even after the quick descent and abrupt closure, the question on every local and every Wonderland fan's minds was, why? Why did this beloved park, in the height of its popularity, close its doors? Sunway Group did give a reason, multiple actually. The company's CEO listed the September 11th attacks, the 2002 Bali bombings, the collapse of HIH insurance, the SARS virus, the bird flu virus, consistent losses during the Asian financial crisis, the collapse of Ansett Australia, the Iraq War, and the 2003 bushfires. as the reason for the
whoa,
park's closure. However,
What? Excuse me? I want to go back and go over that list of fucking excuses.
where it still remains to this day.
I
Even
wanna
after
hear
the
this
quick descent
again.
and abrupt closure, the question on every local and every Wonderland fan's minds was, why? Why did this beloved park, in the height of its popularity, close its doors? Sunway Group did give a reason, multiple actually. The company's CEO listed the September 11th attacks, the 2002 Bali bombings, the collapse of HIH insurance, the SARS virus, the bird flu virus, consistent losses during the Asian financial crisis, the collapse of Ansett Australia, the Iraq War, and the 2003 bushfires as the reasoning for the park's closure.
Okay, so like, literally that entire list, one, maybe two of those things were actually in Australia. Yeah, Squid, I think you nailed it on the head. That's literally just like, yeah, we're gonna list a whole bunch of these horrible things that are going on as a way to divert you from thinking that it's us because we're terrible shit people. And we just want to see people no longer have fun because it costs us money. Completely unrelated reasons can I give for the closure of my park. Can you give a more facetious list of things? Jesus Christ. Eat the rich, yeah. Fucking goddamn. That's such a shit list.
However, it was obvious to everyone else that it was the Sunway Group's lack of updates and poor management that sealed Wonderland's fate.
Yeah,
They
there
took
you
a
go.
lucrative offer for the land beneath the park, selling it for over $50 million, a price similar to
God
what they bought it
damn!
for. And just like that,
Okay. Yeah, there's the reason. There's the reason why the park went under. They're just like, we can sell this land for $50 million. That's the reason. Not any of that other shit that you listed like 2 minutes ago. They literally just wanted to sell the fucking land for 50 mil. The fuck? That is... like, what the fuck? They literally abandoned a bunch of animals and let a park go into disrepair for $50 million. Wow. That's... god damn.
Wonderland's fate was sealed. Since the park's closure and demolition, there have been talks and proposals for reviving Wonderland. Florida-based David Backus, who is the operations manager of Walt Disney
No
World,
kidding.
promised a new park in 2021 called World of Wonder. He has stated that he is currently devoted to
Zero
developing
interest in
Australia's largest theme
Bezos
park
gives it
destination
when
resort,
Jabber
the spiritual
Jaws
successor
quit.
of Wonderland Sydney, for Western Sydney Theme Park Development Trust. In addition to the theme parks, the
God.
location would include a shopping center, a sports arena, and a convention center. Classics like the Bush Beast will inspire the revamped rides, made possible by cutting-edge technology. Hopefully the new project will be able to come to fruition, and maybe even capture some of the magic that Wonderland once did. Maniac the Crocodile still entertains guests today at Reptile Gardens. Most of those that pass by his cage do not know the tragedy of Wonderland Sydney. What the Beast observed in his time at the park was a sight seen all too often. A park filled with fun and joy, a place where memories were made by millions, and a cultural landmark that made an imprint in its city. All of that killed by financial issues and corporate logistics brought about by companies barely making an attempt to manage a work of art that they don't fully understand. Even the homicidal crocodile might take issue with the death of Australia's Wonderland.
God, what a sad story for that park. Damn, that really did that to fucking Wonderland Park. God damn it. Even the local paper called them out on it. Yeah, no. It's like... it's such a just absolute fucking shit show of a list that was given. Oh, Jesus. I'm terrified of that recommended thing. Sunway CEO is willing to blame everything but his own poor management. Yeah. Literally is basically what it was. Let's see. Oh. Oh, Defunct Land, please. I'm gonna not do that one. But that one got me a little too, a little too concerned looking at that one. Hope Maniac ate him. You know, Valid. It's because I'm getting like recommended things at Defunct Land TV. So you know what? We're gonna go to the next logical step.
My name is Kevin Perger. I investigate theme park rides that have been closed, offed, killed. This time of year, most people are thinking about decking the halls and what presents they're going to get their loved ones. Usually I would be too, but at the moment, I can't focus on neither the holly or the jolly. I am haunted. Haunted by a photograph. This photograph. That's right, jolly old St. Nick. He has his own theme park. Or had. That's just the tip of the North Pole. Take a look at this one. That's not a different angle. That's a different
Things
park.
recommended
And this one,
railroad
a third.
spikes until
I went down that reindeer hole quicker than you can say eggnog. I have questions. How many Santa-themed amusement parks are there? Why are there so many? What happened to them? Most importantly, who or what is responsible?
Here we go. The next logical progression of this fucking theme park based around Santa Claus. Also, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check, Ivo. Makes me want to watch the Krampus movie. You know, fair.
Exhibit A. Santa Claus is coming to town. In 1849, a small community was developed in rural Indiana. It wouldn't be until the early 1850s
Hey,
that the
remember how
townspeople
earlier I
organized
was
an official
talking about
township by
Santa
means of
Claus,
applying for a
Indiana?
post office. They submitted the application under the name Santa Fe, which the United States Postal Service rejected. The more recognized Santa Fe had been taken by the U.S. military just 8 years prior along with the rest of the New Mexico territory. But the reason for the Postal Service rejection was actually because there already was a Santa Fe, Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. The veto meant that the townspeople would have to rename their community. The town formerly known as Santa Fe, Indiana, would eventually decide on the name Santa Claus, Indiana. The legend told throughout the town was that the debate was settled on Christmas Eve, when the townspeople gathered in the
There's a
church,
theme-
and a
there
gust of
is a
wind blew
theme
the front
park
doors
there.
open, exposing the sound of sleigh bells in the distance. The children in the church, hearing the sounds, all ran to the door exclaiming, "It's Santa Claus!" and the name stuck. This story is apparently entirely made up, and the most likely reason is that someone said it as a joke in a meeting and no one could come up with anything else. The town officially became Santa Claus, Indiana on May 21st, 1856. Almost immediately, the town's post office received letters from children addressed to Santa Claus. It wouldn't be until over 50 years later in 1914 that the town's new postmaster, James Martin, would begin responding to a few of the letters as the Jolly Man himself. 16 years later, in 1929, Robert Ripley would feature the town in his popular newspaper series, Ripley's Believe It or Not. After this, the town's post office was flooded with letters, and Santa Claus, Indiana was given a national spotlight. Seeing a prime opportunity
I'm gonna
for some
say
good
that is
old-fashioned
how it
Christmas
happened.
commercialization, an attorney named Milton Harris approached Postmaster Martin about an idea to profit off of the attention the town was receiving. He suggested a Christmas-themed park where children could play and their parents could buy gifts. This idea could be considered the world's first themed attraction. Disneyland would not open for another 20 years, and Knott's Berry Farm was nothing more than a restaurant until 1940, and arguably not an amusement park until the late 60s. Postmaster Martin, now nationally recognized and referred to as simply Santa Claus, would pass away in April of 1935, just months before the park opened. Harris would open his creation, named Santa Claus Town, on December 22, 1935. The park boasted a candy castle and a toy village, complete with merchandise and sponsors. Despite
candy
Santa Claus,
castle.
Indiana having a population of 67 people, 7,000 attended the opening.
Jesus
Harris was not
Christ.
celebrating,
Okay.
however, as on the other
That's,
side of the town's only street, a Chicago businessman named Carl Barrett had erected a 22-foot granite statue of Kris Kringle. Not only was Barrett announcing his own Santa-themed amusement park, to be named Santa Claus Park, but he had also bought the land that Harris was leasing
considering
for Santa
the
Claus
time
Town, resulting
period,
in
that's a
conflicting
lot of
ownership
fucking
of
people.
the land in Santa Claus. A highly publicized court
Santa
battle
would
ensued,
frown.
with the entire country on the edge
Yeah.
of their seat, waiting to find out who would get legal authority to milk the birth of Christ in a town of less than 100 people. The battles raged on for years, but the legal proceedings were not
Okay, I'm running that one back. I'm running that one back because I want to appreciate this line.
park, but he had also bought the land that Harris was leasing for Santa Claus Town, resulting in conflicting ownership of the land in Santa Claus. A highly publicized court battle ensued, with the entire country on the edge of their seat, waiting to find out who would get legal authority to milk the birth of Christ in a town of less than 100 people.
Wondering who would get the legal authority to milk the birth of Christ. You know, if Jesus wants to pop in chat right now, that would just be icing on the cake. That would be funny. I really... the combination of milk the bird. I also do not like that combination of words. We already know who gets to milk this. It's true, but this is fucking funny. Yeah, you know, just casually saying people are on the edge of their seats watching who can legally milk the birth of Christ. God, Jesus fucking Christ. He's a feature. I know indeed. Also seems pretty chill, I'm not gonna lie. Why? Because I see him a lot in Moody's chat. What part of the birth? You know, I'm not going to ask that question. Christ, indeed, that's the topic. And we continue.
The battles raged on for years, but the legal proceedings were not the only issue. A portrait of Santa Claus in Harris's Candy Castle came under fire for its depiction of the holiday icon holding a sword. The townspeople demanded that the sword be painted out and be replaced with a trumpet, which Harris did without question to better his chances of winning the court case. On the other end of the street, the statue that Barrett had advertised as granite had almost immediately developed a crack on its exterior, proving it to be merely concrete, which did not help his case. While the proceedings continued, an auto company would attempt to purchase the town of Santa Claus for $100,000, and a soda company would attempt a purchase of $750,000.
Hold up. This is like the 30s, yes? I'm gonna grab a drink and mull that statement over for a while. You know, that's fair, Aiko. You're frowning at me so hard right now. She's already had to discipline me once over Jesus. Yeah, that's true. It is kind of why I've been keeping it at a minimum. It's a lot of holdup. There is a lot of holdup today. But I just want to point out the fact, this is the fucking 30s. An auto company offered to buy the entire town. The entire town for $100,000. And a soda company offered to buy it for $750,000. What is the disparity in money making between these two companies? Like, auto company, yeah, we'll give you $100,000 for your whole town. Soda company, here, hold my loose change. While I drop nearly $1 million fucking dollars in the fucking 30s. Jesus Christ. $750,000 in the 30s? $750,000 in the 30s. What kind of money is this soda company making? Yeah, they offered $16.2 million to buy the town of 67 people. What the actual fuck? I guarantee you that it was Coca-Cola. Because there ain't nobody in the 30s that's making that fucking money selling soda. Other than Coke. Because they still had fucking straight up cocaine in that shit. Yeah. Because, like, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper were the only three that have been around that fucking long. that I can think of that are still around. Because, like, as a soda company, you don't last unless you're one of the giants. Yeah, I could guarantee you that it was Coca-Cola with how much stuff they've had with Santa. It's literally like a Coca-Cola tradition every Christmas season to have the fucking polar bears and Santa Claus with Coca-Cola. But thinking about it, at that time, it was either going to be Coca-Cola or Pepsi, and Pepsi ain't doing shit with Santa Claus, Indiana. Jones's is, but Jones's is not, like, rolling in the cash. Like, Jones's is big, but they're not, like, they're definitely not Coca-Cola big. And if I remember correctly, I don't think Jones's is that old. I could be wrong. They're kind of more like a niche soda company. Yeah, no, Jones's makes the weird stuff. There's Jones's and then there's another one. I forget the name of it, but the other one makes even more bizarre flavors like fucking dill pickle and ranch. Ranch soda, by the way, sounds and looks absolutely putrid. Yeah, no, turkey and gravy soda it does not sound appealing, so I believe that. But ranch soda it takes it to another level. I wanna go home. Something. Oh, it looks awful. Ranch soda looks fucking awful. Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared. Anyways, let's get back to Santa Claus, shall we?
$14 million today when adjusted for inflation. Both attempts were unsuccessful, but they were proof of the small town's prominence in the late 1930s. By this point, the post office was receiving 60,000 letters a day during the Christmas season, and the new postmaster Oscar Phillips had enlisted the help of his wife and 5 children to respond to as many of the children's letters as possible. As if things couldn't get any more chaotic, a mysterious man purchased post office box number 1 in the town. The shipping name on the box was Santa Claus. Disappointingly, this was not the real Father Christmas come to save a town in way over their heads. It was a Michigan auto worker named Jack Cannon that had legally changed his name to Santa Claus in another attempt to profit off of the town's name. When he arrived to Santa Claus after the long journey from Michigan, he found that there was no room available in the town, a hilarious circumstance that was unfortunately overshadowed by the conflicting businessmen. The two continued to run their parks. Harris is operating under the company Santa Claus Inc., and Barrett's operating under the company Santa Claus of Santa Claus Inc. Finally, in July of 1940, the case made it all the way to the Indiana Supreme Court, which overturned a previous ruling halting Barrett's development of his park. This meant that Harris would not have a monopoly on the town of Santa Claus, but he would get to keep the land he built Santa Claus Town on, which unfortunately had become a lot less lucrative over the past 5 years.
Oh
the United States
God.
involvement in World War II in 1941 would end the hopes of a larger fairy tale theme park once dreamed by both entrepreneurs. But in 1946, a year after the war ended, the town of Santa Claus would catch the attention of yet another businessman. This man, Louis J. Koch, had much better intentions. After noticing that Santa Claus, Indiana lacked a meet and greet with the man himself, he set off to solve the problem, eventually landing on a year-round theme park called Santa Claus Land that opened on August 3rd, 1946.
Oh my God,
this is often
that
credited
font.
as the first theme park in the world, as Koch's park was complete with a meet and greet, a restaurant, and attractions. The park was a huge success, and it would remain open for years, eventually rebranding to include other holidays and changing its name to Holiday World. The park continues to operate successfully
That's the part
today.
that's still out.
Harris's Candy
That is
Castle
the part
also remains in the
that
town of Santa Claus,
I have been
seeing a
asked to
regular
go
use
to
around the
several
holiday
times.
season.
Fucking
And Barrett's
Holiday
statue
World.
still stands, now outside of a Santa
Fucking
Claus museum.
Holiday
The
World.
rise of Santa Claus, Indiana is a bizarre tale, but is merely the groundwork for my case.
I have been asked to
Commercializing
go to
Christmas
that
with a
fucking
Santa-themed
park
theme park was a revolutionary concept,
several times.
and as with any such idea, it would attract imitators.
Because it's like a theme
Exhibit
park
B,
slash
I'll be
water
home for
park.
Christmas. In 1937, another town named Santa Claus would be established.
In
This community
Santa
was
Claus,
located
Indiana.
in Arizona, right off of the heavily trafficked Route 66. It was founded by Nina Talbot, a West Coast realtor who billed herself as the biggest real estate agent in California due to the fact that she weighed over 300 pounds. In the 1930s, Talbot had the idea to create an entire resort town themed around Kris Kringle, where she would take on the role of Mrs. Claus. The idea was a success. It was the perfect roadside attraction that one would expect to find alongside Route 66 during those days. Parents and children could come to meet Santa any day of the year, and the town's post office was the perfect spot for parents to send their children's letters to Santa. The town was also famous for the Santa Claus Inn, which was later renamed to the Christmas Tree Inn. The eatery served dishes such as chicken a la North Pole and rum pie a la Kris Kringle. Incredibly, the restaurant received high praise from the famous food critic Duncan Hines. After a 12-year run, Talbot
Holy
realized
shit,
her dreams of
I
a full-blown
totally
resort
forgot
town were
that
falling
Duncan
short,
Hines
as
was
the
a
only
food
people who
critic.
stayed in the town were the employees who worked there. She sold the town in 1949 as it was currently functioning as nothing more than a cute-themed roadside attraction that also had a restaurant. For a few years after that, the town of Santa Claus retained relevancy in American pop culture. The Christmas Tree Inn drew celebrity visitors when actress Jane Russell threw a dinner party there in 1954. However, it seemed Christmas couldn't last forever. Once the popularity of Route 66 died down, so too did the popularity of the town called Santa Claus,
that does not
eventually leading to its
sound
fate as a roadside ghost town. Today, the town of Santa Claus has officially been removed from Arizona maps, but those that drive past will see the remains of what was once the holliest, jolliest town in the West. Exhibit C. Do you believe in Santa Claus? The first Santa-themed theme park not to be located in a town named Santa Claus would open in Wilmington, New York in the summer of 1949. Created by local businessman Julian Rice, Santa's Workshop allowed children to visit the North Pole, with various buildings being constructed, each with unique activity inside. The park was an immediate success, seeing 50,000 visitors in the first 2 months of operation. Walt Disney himself was rumored to have visited the park before the opening of Disneyland to consult with Rice on the design of Santa's Workshop. The humble park is still open today, but its popularity has declined significantly, and the management is having trouble making ends meet. As the park's current owner Doug Waterbury described it, the problem seems to be that in the 1950s, quote, a 13-year-old might still believe in Santa Claus. It's unusual today that a kid over 7 or 8 still believes. There's an urgency to get families to bring their kids here before they grow away. The park is still open, but its future is uncertain.
Huh. I mean, kinda got a point.
Baby, it's cold outside. Born in 1918, Glenn Holland grew up in Arcadia, California, and spent his childhood years surviving the Great Depression. By the time he turned 18, both his parents had passed away, leaving him the sole caretaker of his younger sister. Holland's drive to build a theme park came from his desire to give kids like his sister a place where they could escape reality. According to his daughter, Pamela Holland Reese, quote, he wanted Christmas to be just magical. He always thought that children should have adventures and great happiness in their lives. He wanted to make that come true. Holland was supposedly inspired by Santa's Workshop in Wilmington. In the early 50s,
you know, fair on this
out
dude,
his own version of a Christmas
because
theme
that
park.
fucking
He wanted his park filled to the brim with holiday magic, larger than life festive attractions that would immerse visitors in the Christmas spirit. He took this concept and began selling it to investors. Holland leased land in Lake Arrowhead, California, just north of San Bernardino, and it was there that his Christmas fantasy, Santa's Village, would come to life in the spring of 1955, just 6 weeks before Disneyland would open. On that opening weekend, the park's general contractor recalled that the traffic was, quote, backed up all the way down the mountain. Thanks to Holland, Christmas had come to California early, and it was a smash hit, but he wasn't done yet.
poor
Holland went on to
guy
open 2 more
behind
Santa's
this
Village
park.
theme parks. The first would be located in Scotts Valley, California,
Good on
and would
him.
open in 1958.
He got a good.
This marked the
he
first
got a
time
really
a theme
good
park
heart.
had ever been franchised in the United States. The Santa's Village parks were filled with petting zoos, live reindeer that would pull a sleigh, train rides, something called a whirling Christmas tree ride, and holiday-themed playground areas for children to explore. Part of Holland's success was his commitment to
My
theme.
curiosity
He
is
even went so
also
far as to develop
isolate.
a passport ticket that families could use instead of paying cash. Families would get their ticket punched for every purchase they made throughout the park, and then the parents would cash out their ticket at the end of the day with an employee. Holland believed that this would preserve the magic for the children. The third and final Santa's Village would open in 1959.
That's actually
in East Dundee,
really
a suburb of
ingenious
Chicago,
for the
Illinois.
time period.
Tragically, this park would be considered the downfall of the Santa's Village theme parks. It seemed that moving east would be a smart business decision, considering the immense popularity of the first 2 parks in California. However, Chicago's climate is slightly different than that of Southern California, notably the existence of a winter season. The decision to develop in East Dundee was a huge misstep for the franchise, as the park couldn't even be open on or around Christmas. And for a park themed entirely around that concept, this did not exactly bode well for business. When investors began to panic and pull out in 1965, a broken-hearted Holland sold the business and officially left the company. He lived out the rest of his life as a real estate developer and passed away in 2002. The park in
Oh.
Scotts Valley would close in 1979. The one in Lake Arrowhead would eventually close in
Oh, that's
1998,
really
and the park in East
sad.
Dundee would surprisingly last until 2006. The parks
That's
would sit
really
abandoned for
fucking
years.
sad.
Eventually, the parks in Lake Arrowhead
Shit.
and East Dundee would reopen in 2016 and 2011 respectively, under new management. They now operate as Sky Park at Santa's Village and Santa's Village Amusement Park. The Amusement Park, as that terrible pun implies, is now more of a zoo, and Sky Park at Santa's Village is oddly enough part BMX course.
What? Okay, first of all, I had to stop it because of that fucking pun, but I'll run it back. I'll run it back. I'm gonna run it back. Because that is like a rapid fire of what the fuck. But I just want to point out how fucking depressing that story is. Just in terms of not being open on Christmas. Yeah. It's like, the saddest thing about this is the dude that wanted to start this park was all for it because, like, he wanted to give kids, like, something to have, you know, a place to have fun and experience, like, the magic of Christmas because of, like, the hard shit and the terrible fucking tragedies that was basically his life. Like, I'm just imagining this poor dude. He's growing up through the middle of the fucking Great Depression. Great Depression's over. He's 18. He's on, you know, getting ready to go into like full on life shit. Both parents dying and having to take care of his sister. Like, what the fuck? Holy shit, that is depressing. Also, we're watching Defunctland, Fluffy. Hello, Fluffy. Like, this poor guy, all he wanted to do was just make a park so the kids could have fun. Like, goddamn, this poor guy. And then later on in his life, basically being told that, like, yeah, you can't actually have this park because of the weather. Aiko! Aiko! Thank you for gifting a sub to Fluffy and to Zoe. Yeah, right? Like, this poor guy. Oh no, you're all good, Aiko. You're all good, Aiko. I just, like, it just hit me. Like, this poor dude. Like, fuck. I feel bad for that guy. That's a hard fucking life. And all he wanted to do was make kids happy. Give them a place to have fun. Damn. And now I will completely distract you by playing this part.
Notably, the existence of a winter season. The decision to develop in East Dundee was a huge misstep for the franchise, as the park couldn't even be open on or around Christmas. And for a park themed entirely around that concept,
I'm
this did
waiting
not exactly
for the
bode
next
well
part
for
of this where they
when
go
investors
over the
began to
fucking
panic
pun
and pull
again.
out in 1965, a broken-hearted Holland sold the business and officially left the company. He lived out the rest of his life as a real estate developer and passed away in 2002. The park in Scotts Valley would close in 1979. The one in Lake Arrowhead would eventually close in 1998, and the park in East Dundee would surprisingly last until 2006. The parks would sit abandoned for years.
I can't
Eventually,
exactly
the parks in
remember
Lake
the name
Arrowhead
of
and
these,
East Dundee would reopen
but
in
they're
2016
Santa Claus
and
themed.
2011 respectively, under new management. They now operate as Sky Park at Santa's Village and Santa's Village Amusement Park. The Amusement Park, as that terrible pun implies, is now more of a zoo, and Sky Park at Santa's Village is oddly enough part BMX course. Though these parks had evolved drastically from their original forms, they both remember their roots and pay homage to their original creator. Glenn Holland came from hardship to build something magical and full of whimsy, a place for people to forget about life for a
Claude,
little
thank
while
you
and
for
celebrate
the
a popular
work.
holiday
Hope you're
year-round.
having a good
According to his
day.
daughter,
Good to see
quote,
you.
he knew he had touched people with those parks. It was the most special thing he felt he had ever done. Exhibit E, Where Are You, Christmas? Park Albanol in Brazil was meant to be the largest theme park in the
Wait.
entire country, and it was going to be comprised of multiple
Oh
themed lands,
no.
including an Old West town, a water park, a
Oh
concert hall, and
no.
more, spanning over 38 million square meters. For comparison, that's about a third of the size of the entire
Oh
Walt Disney
no.
World Resort in Orlando. The park's creator was politician Antonio Albano Reis, who had a knack for dressing up.
Nope. We are going to immediately stop that right there. The minute you mention, yeah, if I were an animal and found out I was in an amusement park, I'd escape. Yeah, no, the whole setup for this park right here is, they started out, okay, so Luis, here we go, we're gonna do a little catch up as to what this is. Theme park based around Santa Claus in Brazil, created by a politician. That's what we're about to experience. A Santa Claus themed amusement park in Brazil created by a politician. I don't like this combination of things. I don't like this. I'm terrified, to be honest, of where this is gonna go. But we carry on.
Up as Saint Nick during the holidays. His love of Christmas culminated in the idea for the park, but he was tragically struck and killed by a car just outside of the park's entrance during construction in 2004.
Jesus
Without its fearless
Christ.
leader at the helm, the plans for Park Albanol were abandoned. Today, there are a plethora of truly eerie photographs that can be found. Massive candy canes and galloping reindeer stand rushing amongst a jungle backdrop, and Santa heads with gaping mouths, frozen in permanent ho-ho-hos, will surely replace those sugar plums dancing in your head at night.
I mean, I expected it to go wrong.
F,
I didn't
Rudolph the
expect it to
Red-Nosed
go
Reindeer.
wrong before it
In
even
the
started.
mid-1950s,
Jesus
radio
Christ.
pioneer Jack Papel put
That
up
was-
$125,000 for the creation of yet another Santa theme park in Vermont.
That was-
The product was a small
God
Christmas town
damn.
with such attractions as a post office and a ding-dong school. It would also feature a petting zoo where children could get up close and personal.
Yeah, no, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting either, but that went so bad so fast. Also, I'm rewinding. Oh god, let's not rewind to the fucking gaping Santa mouth. Scream. The movies. Legit scared me. Okay.
Exhibit
Here we
F,
go.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed
I
Reindeer.
want to listen to this
In the
again.
mid-1950s, radio pioneer Jack Papel put up $125,000 for the creation of yet another Santa theme park in Vermont. The product was a small Christmas town with such attractions as a post office and a ding-dong school. It would also feature a petting.
What the fuck is a ding-dong school? Someone please explain to me what the actual fuck a ding-dong school is. A ding-dong school. Oh my god, Red. I don't want to explain. A school for ding-dongs. Please tell me that the ding-dong school is a school that teaches you how to play the fucking bell. Please tell me. He's gonna be feeling this. I am very curious. Please, I hope it is just a school that teaches you how to play the bells. Because that will be the funniest fucking name ever. A TV show called Ding Ding School. That I'm concerned about that. Considering Ding Dong is a euphemism for something, that statement is very concerning. Yeah, yeah, it is. It really is. Oh my god. Ding Dong School autocorrect. Google is only bringing back some radio or TV show that was intended for toddlers or preschoolers. I don't like the connotation for that either. That doesn't make it sound any better. So, rather than dwelling on that, I'm gonna show everyone the baby camel again.
Zoo where children could get
Baby
up close
camel.
and personal with reindeer. The animals attracted
Oh
not
my
only
god,
families, but
they're
also
so
one lazy
little.
hunter that purposefully shot 2 of the captive animals. Santa's
What the
Land in Putney,
fuck?
Vermont opened on August 10th, 1957. Papel would add more attractions to the park. Most
Why do
notably
you
a
show
Humpty
me
Dumpty roller
baby
coaster in
animals and then you
1960.
tell me
He would own
that
the park
2
for
of the
another
fucking
decade before
animals were
selling it in
accidentally
1970 to
shot
a
by a
local
lazy
family who would own
hunter
it for the next
who
30
didn't
years.
know
The
they were
park would be
fucking
passed to yet
captive
another owner in
animals.
the early
Jesus fucking
2000s.
Christ.
But this is when luck for Santa's Land would run out. The new owner was struggling to turn a profit off of the over
That is
50-year-old
so
park,
fucked.
and in 2011, the park announced that it would not reopen for the 2012 season. An auction of the park's
That
remaining
was
assets
not
were planned for
okay.
2012,
That was
but
not
the
an
event was
okay
canceled when the park had
transition.
mysteriously been purchased by an anonymous buyer. Speculation of the buyer's identity ranged from Vermont Governor Peter Shumlin to WWE superstar Mick Foley. It turned out that the
Wait.
new owner was Vermont local Lillian Belwick.
People thought that Mick Foley bought that park. One, that would have been fucking hilarious. I would have absolutely loved that. Part of me is a little disappointed that that was not the case because that would have been really fucking funny. Holy shit. Well, I mean, he's the governor of Vermont. I don't know what evil thing you could commit in Vermont besides like tax evasion and or screwing over someone with maple syrup. I guess Vermont has cows. Vermont also has cows. What else does Vermont have? Anyone know? It's like lakes. People everywhere. Yeah. Because, like, the only things that I really know that Vermont has is they have Ben and Jerry's ice cream. They have America's, like, primary source of maple syrup that isn't Canadian. And cows. Just a lot of dairy. Better have fucks to give, because I don't. I was about to say Ico, like, that's understandable. Vermont is one of those states that even a lot of people in America don't really know where the fuck it is. I would say that's saying something, but I feel like that would be lying. And yes, that dog looks so happy. Oh. Can remember down to one of two possibilities. It's like Iowa or Kansas. Well, Kansas I sort of remember. Because I know people in Kansas. But Kansas is also kind of flat. Shape is very similar to another. See, the thing that I know is that Vermont is kind of the same shape as Rhode Island, the other fucking state that no one fucking remembers. Other than it being really fucking tiny. If I'm remembering correctly. Of course, it's smack dab up there in between, like, fucking... like, Pennsylvania and fucking Maine. That little stretch of states. Yeah, I am probably wrong with state shapes. Rhode Island is a little square. Okay, yeah. So for New Hampshire. Is it fucking New Hampshire? Because they're all right up there. They're literally all right up there, in between, like, fucking Pennsylvania and Maine. And none of it is ringing any bells, you know? That's fair. I'm not even bashing on Vermont. Yeah, Vermont and New Hampshire are like wonky trapezoids. They are kind of like wonky trapezoids. It's like, I'm not even bashing on Vermont. It's just like, I can't think of anything else that's there besides cows, maple syrup, and Ben & Jerry's. One points up, the other points down, and I keep forgetting which is which. You know, that's fair. There is snow. There is probably snow in the winter. But like, as far as things that they're known for, that's about it. I can't think of anything else for Vermont. And that's not even me trying to be mean, that's just me, like, genuinely trying to figure out what is there in Vermont. Known for not being known. That would be New Hampshire. Which I'm sure a lot of people probably forget is a state. I feel like more people forget that New Hampshire exists than people forget that Rhode Island is a place. Vermont, we're other Canada. America's Canada. Remember New Hampshire more than Vermont? Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's the weird love child of the US and Canada. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is. To be quite honest, yeah. Vermont literally is just America's Canada. That is a weird fucking statement, by the way. America's Canada. Yeah, that is true. Come to think of it, you know, it would have helped to ask Bucket if there are things that Vermont is known for. Because I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'm not intending any of that to sound mean. I'm just genuinely curious. Because, like, I have not been anywhere near that far north. Have not been there. Might have to just to confirm that. Vermont discount Canada. Yeah, that is true. I can agree with that, Red. You know, maybe that'll be a stretch goal for the stream. Instead of a trip to Disney, I'll take a trip to Vermont. Void trip to Vermont. He's spending time with family today, so I'll ask. Okay, yeah. We can figure this out later. Yeah, Fluffy gets it. Danny takes us to Vermont. You know, I gotta do something creative and different. So instead of taking you all to a theme park, I just take you all to Vermont. How's that for a stretch goal? Chat sends me to Vermont. It's interesting. You know, we could we could go take a tour of the Ben and Jerry's plant. Like Champlain, which supposedly has a creature in it. Like, yeah, you know, I forgot about that. That one of the Great Lakes has its version of Nessie. We could go cryptid hunting. Slap a posted that says to Ben and Jerry's. Equally well-named champ. Yeah. A couple of states have their own. Yeah, I think so too, Fluffy. Holy shit. What does this stream become? I'm gonna
She announced her
continue
excitement
this.
in acquiring the park and for the upcoming 2013 season, although concerns were raised about the park's condition, as many of the attractions and facilities had not been updated for decades. These concerns were not misplaced. Santa's Land underperformed in its first season under new ownership, and the park closed its doors, with no plans for a 2014 season. Things would only get worse from there. In March 2014, when a county sheriff visited the park to return a lost license plate that belonged to the park's animal handler, Brian Deisler, he felt that something wasn't right in Santa's Land. An investigation of the property was launched by the county sheriff's department. Investigators found 18 animal carcasses, 16 deer, a pheasant, and a pot-bellied pig. The petting zoo animals that were still alive were extremely malnourished and on the brink of starvation or dehydration.
Oh,
Bellwicks
God.
and Deisler were both arraigned with a misdemeanor and forced to follow strict guidelines to save the animals.
I
Another
have
sweep
seen
of the
that
property
theory
in
read,
September of that
but
year
holy
revealed that the
fuck,
guidelines
that
were
got
not
dark
being met,
real
resulting in the
fast.
confiscation of many of the petting zoo's animals. Only 17 deer would remain in the park's hands, with the goats, donkeys, ponies, emus, and llamas being put up for adoption. Bellwicks would file for bankruptcy around this time, and the park would remain closed, falling into disrepair. The park quickly became worn by weather, vandals, and thieves, appearing as if it had been abandoned for decades in just a few months. It would remain abandoned for years, until in 2017, when a man named David Haversat would reopen the park. He did his best to repair the tattered buildings and attractions, as well as adding some new offerings.
Right?
Unfortunately, a statue of Humpty Dumpty was completely destroyed, and no one could put it back together again. Haversat did not reopen the park's petting zoo for obvious reasons, although he left the pen standing in case he ever changed his mind. Haversat did an incredible job saving the historic park. He would even receive the Preservation Trust of Vermont Award for his effort in restoring Santa's Land. Exhibit G, 12 Days of Christmas. Opened in 1953, Santa's Village in Jefferson, New Hampshire is one of the most successful themed amusement parks in the world. The management's dedication to adding new rides has resulted in a modern park despite the antiquated
Yeah.
theme. The park is
Dude
still
actually
thriving
saved
today.
that one.
In
So that
1955,
one,
another Santa's
that one
Village
sort
opened
of
outside of Bracebridge,
is
Ontario.
okay.
It is a similar setup to all of the other Santa theme parks, but one unique feature is this awesome-looking reindeer roller coaster, or at least I thought it was unique until I found that 2 other Santa theme parks had the exact same ones. The park is still operating today, and it has expanded to include ziplining and ropes courses. Santa's Workshop is another currently operating Santa-themed amusement park located in Cascade, Colorado. The family-run park opened in 1956, and it is still owned and operated by its founders. In 1966, another Santa's Land would open in Cherokee, North Carolina with a similar concept and
Oh my
execution
god,
as
I
the
was actually
others.
near there.
It is also still operating
Oh
today.
yeah.
Opening in Miami in the 1980s, Santa's Enchanted
Hope
Forest
you
claims
have
that it is the
a,
largest holiday theme park in the world,
I'm
with
gonna,
over
I'm gonna
100
pause that
festive...
just a second. Hope you have a good day at work, Aiko. And thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Also have safe trip to and from work. Bye, Aiko. Oh, before you go, wait, What you doing? Wait, I'm horny. Aiko, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it.
Meow 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 meow.
Vermont fun. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Banana.
Yeah. Yeah. HD9. But yeah, thank you, Aiko. I really appreciate that. Still here. The last one was evil. I know that one was okay. Bye, yeah, Aiko. Have a good day at work, Aiko. Yeah, I have a little bit too much power now with this mic. I'm gonna be honest. Also, since I messed with my OBS settings, and I should sound a little bit more crisp and full. I think I'm going to have a little bit too much fun with this. Just maybe a little bit too much fun. We'll see, though. Oh, red? Are you sure about that, Red? Hmm? The gremlin in me is way too strong. I'm gonna be honest. Hey, Red. You're a good girl, Red. Is a student of at least one of them. I mean, maybe. Possibly. I can always, like, deliver appreciation. And possibly... You know what? I'll workshop it, Red. I'll workshop it. Cause like technically, if you want to say that, Luis, I am kind of learning through osmosis how to do certain things because of Mooney. Interesting to see how this develops. Fair. Also, thank you for the alert, Zell. Like, something that I could actually technically do is a sort of pseudo ASMR stream at some point. I might do something like that. Especially since I have my mic settings a little bit better now. Though I'm gonna be real with you, I don't know how I'd be able to do ASMR for like a long period of time. Cat girls are all just the single long diglet that Faye remarked on. Okay, I thought we confirmed that Grav is Diglett. Diglett is literally just Grav. increase, I will, yes, I would gladly accept that. We can push this further. I'm the Alolan. I am the Alolan Diglett. I have, like, the one little misplaced hair. You know? That's fair. Production quality is going to increase, and I am both excited and terrified. I'll be completely honest. I am both excited and terrified for what I'm going to do. You have no idea the amount of restraint that I am having to show to not throw in some form of a voice changer. I should not, under any circumstances, do anything like that, because I should not have that power with my gremlin tendencies. Because you do not want to give me the ability to be big and sound big at the same time. Because, speaking of, get Danny a voice changer. All of this, I have grown a little bit. I wonder. I'm remembering something. Oh, there's another one. and we've done it. Oh my god. I will not suffer this tough. Oh. Thank you, Red. I appreciate you. To push me more. You want to enable me to go further into chaos? Because I'm gonna be honest, when I get the desktop, everything is fucked. Everything is completely fucked when I get a desktop and can actually do the full unhinged shit. Okay, fuck you. Red is missing out on this because I have too much power now. More chaos. More. Oh, like, you know the kind of stuff that's occasionally been going on with, like, Taka and the Weary, when Taka has, like, the chibi mode streams? You know, that kind of shit? That's along the brand of shit that I'm probably gonna do with a desktop. May God have mercy on your souls when I get that power. At this point, I'm just inserting lines from Danny in my head. Hey, have you heard about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? Canadian Danny, White Danny, and Chibi Danny are in the future. Ow! Why did you bonk me, Squid? Why must you bonk me, Squid? I was not expecting that line. Fluffy, were you not prepared for the ASMR stream where I tell you about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? I'm such a bottom, but I'm gonna strut right up to red because I have no sense of self-preservation. I'm on my way. Fuck up. My name is... Hey, have you ever heard about Ridge Wallets? Waiting for Eldritch Horror Daddy for some reason. Well, you see, like, if I actually use the other, like, reactive PNG that I made for myself, I have, like, the eye of the fucking... Well, I have the iris that is covered by the Elder symbol from, like, fucking Call of Cthulhu. Which, by the way, that takes a lot more effort to actually put on there without it looking really blurry. Otherwise, I would 100% fucking do that. Oh my god. Also, just assume she's making callback jokes like the Yeah. Yeah, I am. It's like, I know you probably still have me muted, Red, but yes, I was literally doing that. You know what would be really fucking funny? Cause, like, I'm making all of these jokes and doing this kind of shit. If someone that if certain people popped into the chat, just not even saying anything, but all it would take is just specific people popping into chat and using just, like, an emote or something, and I would fucking die. I would just be dead. Like, absolutely melted. I'm not going to say any names. But I would fucking die right now. Cause there is a few that I would just fucking be an absolute mess. At least for like a minute. And then kinda like regain bearings. Cause oddly enough, I can actually compose myself a lot better. It's just the initial, like, oh fuck, this is someone's first impression of me, probably. It's like, oh fuck. That was just like, me sitting there being absolutely terrified of the first experience people have with me being, oh yeah, put that, insert the flesh drive into my brain frame. Fucking goddamn it. That was fucking cursed. Also, Kill It With Fire is a hell of a game. Anyways, I think I've run on this tangent for long enough, haven't I?
of activities to choose from. Santa Claus Village opened its doors in Finland in 1985 and remains a booming tourist destination to this day.
On a
The
stream
park is
that's
located
about to
inside the
close
Arctic
and
Circle, an ideal backdrop for the official
Wait,
hometown
what?
of Santa Claus. You can meet Santa year-round, and the park has a special event on Christmas Eve where visitors can count down
There's a
and watch
stream
their
that's
beloved
about
Santa
to
Claus
end.
ride off into the sunset on a sleigh pulled by actual reindeer. On December 8th, 1984,
Huh.
Santa World in Morris, Sweden opened its doors. The park is a recreation of the North Pole, and families continue to come
Curiosity
to meet Santa and his elves, tours
increases,
workshop, meet his
but
reindeer,
also-
and encounter whatever this thing is.
What the fuck was that?
Conclusions. My findings revealed 3 abandoned then reopened, and 9 operating Santa-themed theme parks. This is enough to fill my stockings, but when you look at
I'll
each individual
spite
case
you,
together,
Rex.
a strange pattern
You
emerges.
know,
Notice that 8
that's
of
fair
these theme
enough.
parks opened within 10 years between 1949 and 1959. Only 1 of them opened in the 1960s, and then none in the 1970s. All of a sudden,
Back up to what? You want to see it again? Okay, we'll wind it back. Also?
1956, and it is still owned
Also
and operated
what?
by its founders. In 1966, another Santa's Land would open in Cherokee, North Carolina with a similar concept and execution as the others. It is also still operating today. Opening in Miami
I
in the
am very
1980s,
intrigued.
Santa's Enchanted Forest claims that it is the largest holiday theme park in the world, with
You
over
have
100
my
festive
attention,
activities
Red.
to choose from. Santa Claus Village opened its doors in Finland in 1985 and remains a booming tourist destination to this day. The park is located inside the Arctic Circle, an ideal backdrop for the official hometown of Santa Claus. You can meet Santa year-round, and the park has a special event on Christmas Eve where visitors can
Oh,
count
that's
down
pretty.
and watch their beloved Santa Claus ride off into the sunset on a sleigh pulled by actual reindeer. On December 8th, 1984, Santa World in Morris, Sweden opened its doors. The park is a recreation of the North Pole, and families continue to come to meet Santa and his elves, tour his workshop, meet his
Dangerously
reindeer,
close
and
to
encounter
pushing the
whatever this
karaoke
thing
button.
is. Conclusions.
Okay, I gotta go back
Reindeer.
again.
On
'cause
December
we
8th,
passed it.
1984, Santa World in Morris, Sweden opened its doors. The park is a recreation of the North Pole, and families continue to come to meet Santa and his elves, tour his workshop, meet his reindeer, and
It
encounter
is a lot
whatever
of
this
points.
thing is.
That
Conclusions. Whatever this thing is.
You know what that is? You know what this thing is? This thing right here. It's just really fluffy Squidward with ears. I'm going to ruin your mental image of whatever this thing is. It's literally just Squidward. But, yeah. It's literally just fuzzy Squidward. You're welcome. You will never be able to unsee that. It does kind of remind me of like the old like stop motion Rudolph movies as well. That is true. Harry Squidward is a bad image. See, can I rewind it further? There we go. Sight, you're never going to be able to unsee that image though. And it's totally because of the fucking nose. I cannot parse what this thing is supposed to be. Some Sasquatch Squidward. Yep, basically that's what this is. I can't see it as anything else now. Kinda, yeah.
Meet Santa and his elves, tour his workshop, meet his reindeer, and encounter whatever this.
Yeah, that's literally all it is. It's just Sasquatch Squidward. Yeah. They call him 4-foot. It looks so confused. You know,
Thing is.
it does.
Conclusions.
How did I get here? And
My
why are
findings
these
reveal
kids
3 abandoned,
hugging
3
me?
abandoned and reopened, and 9 operating Santa-themed theme parks. This is enough to fill
You
my
know,
stockings, but when you look at each
valid.
individual case together, a strange
Why
pattern
do
emerges.
I
Notice that 8 of these
exist?
theme parks opened within 10 years between 1949 and 1959.
Yeah,
Only
that is
one
an
of them opened in
alarming
the 1960s,
amount.
and then none in the 1970s. All of a sudden, 3 more pop up in the 1980s. The only Santa park to be constructed in the 2000s was Park Avenel, and since then, no major Santa-themed amusement parks have been developed. My focus is on these 2 peaks, in the 40s and 50s, and again in the 80s. The peak in the 40s and 50s actually has a simple explanation. Before World War II, Germany was a major manufacturer of the Christmas products that the United States and other countries imported for the season. This included decorations and toys. After World War II, with Germany's manufacturing industry destroyed and the United States stronger than ever, the US was able to produce the necessary Christmas products and then
Yeah.
some. It was in this area that Christmas made a large impact on popular culture. Most recognizable movies, songs, and also theme parks came from the 1940s and 50s. The slump in Christmas culture in the late
Santa
60s and
did
70s
not
and rebound
exist
in the
in the
80s is where my
70s.
theories come in.
Yeah.
My first theory is that the typical cycle of media resulted in the short hiatus. Pop culture comes in waves, sometimes naturally by Hollywood's inability to sustain quality production, and sometimes purposefully by companies attempting to avoid consumer fatigue. This is evident just by looking at the Christmas films produced in the 70s versus those produced in the 80s. This could be the reason that the Santa-themed amusement park trend came back for a short time in the 80s in the US and European countries. The second theory is that the slump in the 60s and 70s was a result of the lack of Christmas celebration during World War II. Children growing up in the 30s and 40s would be raising children of their own in the 60s and 70s, and if they grew up with a lack of Christmas commercialization during the Depression and Second World War, they would presumably be less likely to give their children the same holiday experience that those growing up in the 50s enjoyed.
Oh, yeah.
Likewise, those children growing up in the 50s
Christmas
would be
Story.
raising their own children in the late
You'll
70s
shoot your
and
eye
80s.
out.
That demographic would be more likely to give their children the commercial Christmas experience, similar to the one they had in the years after the war. This theory seems to be corroborated by a study from the
All the
Pew
kid
Research
wanted
Center,
was a
revealing
BB
that
gun
children
for
that
Christmas.
were raised in the 1940s, 50s, 80s, and 90s reported that Santa visited them on Christmas Eve more often than those that were
Everyone
raised
just
in the
told him
60s
that he
and
would shoot
70s.
his eye out.
As with most cases, the moment you publish your findings, the more evidence comes out. Did I miss any parks? Could I have brushed over any events in my research? These are the kind of things that keep me up at
What a
night.
time.
But this time of year, I don't mind it. Seeing the snow float to the ground, blurred by the frigid air clinging onto the window pane, beautiful lights wrapped around houses and trees, and in the distance, sleigh bells?
Yep.
Could it be?
That is the beautiful
Santa
irony
Claus.
in that movie. It sums up growing up very well. It's like, I know better than everybody else. I'm a strong, independent kid. I have everything figured out. Oh fuck, I almost actually shot my eye out. Ironically enough, that is actually the moral of the movie. Besides the BB gun, the details are fuzzy. Yeah, the two things that most people remember is, still stuck on that kid that put his tongue on a cold metal pole. Yeah, it does kind of highlight the, I mean, I think it does a good job of portraying kids. Like, thinking that people telling them these things that are against what they think is just wrong inherently. And then realizing, oh, maybe they did know what they were talking about. Kid thinking it's okay to stick his tongue on a fucking metal pole in the middle of fucking December. And oh yeah, the dad with his fucking leg lamp. Yeah, that's fair. Ah, yeah. I can never forget the fucking leg lamp with its fucking fishnets. That is a hell of a thing. The time that that movie came out, that is a hell of a thing to be in that movie. The dichotomy of a Christmas Story props. A fucking leg lamp with fishnets is a hell of a fucking thing. Like, I want to know who was in, like, the production of the set for that movie and was just like, leg lamp. I really, really badly want to know. Oh. Oh god. That recommended thing is terrifying and I don't like it. Let's see, what's another thing that we can watch? Alright, take a look in just a second. Bum 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 bum. Let's see. Oh, this should be a fun one. Let's do this one real quick. And I'll check that
In 1992, Busch Gardens Williamsburg, then named Busch Gardens the Old Country, unveiled a brand new ride from popular coaster manufacturer Aerodynamics.
Oh, yeah.
Fire was a steel beast, providing riders with plenty of whiplash and headaches during its tenure. The coaster did not reflect well on Aero. The company had a long history of producing some of the most famous amusement park attractions in the world, and Fire was part of a series of missteps that would eventually lead to their bankruptcy. Perhaps the most ironic part of Fire and its failure was its placement, the Oktoberfest section of Busch Gardens Williamsburg. For in this section of the park, 8 years prior to Fire's debut, Busch Gardens had unveiled another coaster designed by Aero. This one, however, received a much different response.
Oh my god. Yeah, I understand.
In 1902 in Long Beach, California, a new type of roller coaster debuted. Its design was much different than the simple wooden coasters of the time. The ride was called
I think it
Bisbee's
was
Spiral
fair to
Airship,
hold back,
and
Red.
it is considered to be the first suspended roller coaster in the world. Riders boarded square gondolas and were taken to the main tower by a large lift hill. The gondolas then followed a simple spiral downward. This revolutionary ride closed around 1915, and a coaster of this kind would not be seen again until 1975 in Munich, Germany. Coincidentally debuting at the real Oktoberfest, Messerschmitt, a German airplane manufacturer, premiered their suspended coaster at the fair. Prominent German coaster designer Werner Stengel also worked on the project until Messerschmitt made the decision to cut costs by not implementing banked turns. Messerschmitt believed that the banking would occur naturally since the ride cars swung. Stengel left the project due to this issue, leaving Messerschmitt to debut the coaster alone. Another famed German coaster designer, Anton Schwarzkopf, supposedly hated the fact that Messerschmitt was attempting to enter the coaster industry since their company had previously only manufactured aircrafts. Messerschmitt's suspended coaster, named Alpenflug, premiered at Oktoberfest to rave reviews. However, Stengel and Schwarzkopf were ultimately correct, as after its 16-day run, the coaster never reopened, despite Messerschmitt already starting construction on a second. This was because Alpenflug's lack of banked turns was already causing structural stress during its short operation period. It wouldn't be until 6 years later, in 1981, that another suspended coaster would open, and it seemed that this one was here to stay.
It swoops and dives from 100 feet above the ground, and there's no track beneath
Oh,
it.
Kings Island
Players call
again.
it the world's first and only hanging roller coaster. More than a dozen men at the Aero Hus Company developed the plans. It took them 3 years. Then construction began, and John Rood made sure their dream came true.
Well, I've babysat this one for about 8 months now.
So, do you like this more than probably any other ride around, or is this one of your favorites?
I think this is a revolutionary ride. One thing you can consider, when you rode this, you rode one of a kind, the only one in the world.
It cost Kings Island close to $4 million to provide the thrills and chills of the Bat. The public will begin defraying that cost when the park opens for the season on Sunday.
On April 26, 1981, the Bat debuted at Kings Island in Mason, Ohio. Designed and manufactured by Aero Development, the coaster
Fair
received
red.
a large amount of media and public attention.
I will say though,
Since the vast majority of the public were
honestly
unaware
not
of the
much of a
world's first two
rides
suspended
person.
coasters, the ride was considered to be completely new and original. Audiences loved the Bat, and it quickly became one of, if not the most popular ride at the park. Unfortunately, it was also plagued with mechanical issues. The ride was wearing much quicker than expected, eventually leading to damage and cracks in the supports. An analysis of the ride's damage revealed a major problem. They forgot to bank the turns. A quote from the report explained that the natural force of the ride was trying to twist the track to a banked position. Fixing these proved to be costly,
I also
and Kings
have
Island
fear
decided to
heights.
close the ride a mere 2 years after it
Heights
opened in
and
1983.
drops.
Despite its
I
failure,
do not
the Bat
do
proved
well
that
with
general audiences
heights
and thrill
and
seekers alike
drops.
wanted more suspended
They
coasters,
do not
prompting the development of the ride type
agree
to
with
continue.
me.
Having been open for just over 5 years, Busch Gardens the Old Country took note of this. A suspended roller coaster would certainly have a huge draw for the still young park. With this in mind, Busch Gardens turned to Anton Schwarzkopf, who had already provided his popular Jumbo Jet and Wildcat coaster designs to the Virginia park. Perhaps still bitter about the Messerschmitt incident, Schwarzkopf agreed and began designing a suspended coaster of his own. In his factory, he designed a transportable flying coaster, and he even constructed around 75% of it before abandoning the project due to financial issues. Busch Gardens Williamsburg then turned to Aero Development, which had recently been absorbed into Aero Hus. Around this time,
That sounds
Aero
like
was
a
also asked
really
by Six Flags
interesting
Astroworld
park
to
name.
resurrect the concept
Good.
used to create the Bat. Aero agreed to build a
And I
suspended
agree,
coaster at both
Fluffy.
parks,
I
and they made
would be
adjustments to their
freaking out
original
before
design
like
to
any
ensure that
drop
these
ride.
coasters would last.
But I've been
Busch
on
Gardens
one
was to receive
coaster,
theirs first in March of 1984,
and it had
but due to
drops in it,
construction
and
delays, it would open
my
after
whole
Astroworlds.
body just
However,
did
the Six
not
Flags
like
coaster
that
was nothing compared to what
at
Aero
all.
and Busch Gardens were able to construct.
Imagine yourself alone in the woods, and then it happens.
What the fuck?
You've just been bitten by the wolf, the big bad wolf.
What the
You're
fuck?
coming to life at Busch Gardens.
The Big Bad Wolf opened at Busch Gardens on June 15, 1984. The majority of the coaster was hidden within the Oktoberfest woods, with only the main drop being seen from the park's pathways. Guests
What
could
the fuck
cross
was
the
that
Rhine
ad?
River from Italy and enter the German
Coaster of
Oktoberfest.
nothing but
They were
fried
then
and
immediately
tense.
greeted
Ugh.
with the attraction's entrance.
Ugh.
Once inside the loading
Yeah, no,
area,
that would
guests
kill
boarded
me.
their cars, and the ride operator told them to enjoy traveling at the speed of fright. The cars then exited the loading area and the ride began.
The wolf is about to take us on a seemingly out-of-control race through a maze of buildings and obstacles. The ride takes about 3 minutes to travel the 2,800 feet of track at speeds of up to 48 miles per hour. And the chase is on!
After leaving the loading area, the coaster immediately dips to the left and reaches the first lift hill. It then climbs 50 feet, and guests plunge a short distance, the track turning to the left as guests swing to the right.
Oh,
the coaster
God.
twists and turns through a Bavarian village, their cars free swinging whichever way their momentum takes them. The village was intricately themed, and the track was placed in such a way that guests believed that they were about to crash into the models. Perhaps the best part is that these were a complete surprise to new riders, as they were hidden from the queue and the park's pathways, with the only viewing area of the village being parts of Drachenfire's queue. After the sequence, the cars hit a brake run, leading to the second lift hill. Using the park's terrain, this lift hill takes guests 100 feet in the air. Since the hill rises with it, riders often didn't realize how high they were before it was too late. The coaster plunges 80 feet toward the river, sharply banking right and throwing guests over the water. The turn is ended by a bank in the other direction, then a left turn, and a return to the station.
The Big Bad Wolf, Busch Gardens roller coaster with...
Let me pause that for a second. As I wait for either OBS and or my internet. I'm not entirely sure which one that is. There we go. Now we're back. Refresh if you need to, by the way, because I caught that one. That's actually the first dip today. Yeah, no, that whole section of that ride there, though, that's a whole lot of nope. That is a whole lot of nope. I am not about that. Yeah, no, it was my internet. Almost like entirely sure it was my internet, and I just happened to catch it. So I'm probably gonna tweak with my OBS settings a little bit more before the next week of streams. Which reminds me, I need to check and see what days I have stuff this week. That there is what we in Dungeons and Dragons circle call level 20. Hell no. Oh my god.
With a new twist. The cars hang from the track, so those of you with hang-ups over
CR10,
hanging out at an angle
absolutely
of
not.
110 degrees
Yeah.
had better stay home. They let us take our turn on the ride today before they shut it off. And I can tell you authoritatively that those who yell wolf aren't crying wolf. The ride is scary.
If that experience sounds mundane, that's because it was considered to be a family coaster. The drops over the 3-minute ride were relatively small, and the coaster kept close to the ground. The extra thrill was added through the swinging design, and the experience was elevated through the theming and placement. The experience at night was an extra thrill, as lighting was scarce, making swinging through the woods and village all the more exhilarating. The coaster was practically flawless, so why did it close? On July 24th, 2009, 25 years after the coaster debuted, Busch Gardens announced that it would close at the end of the season. As with most coasters, rumors circulated that it was due to an accident. While this isn't the reason for its closure, Big Bad Wolf was not free from incident. In 1993, an employee was killed when he was sent into a restricted area to remove a branch from a security camera. The 63-year-old was struck by an oncoming vehicle and later died after being taken to the hospital. 10 years later, in 2003, an employee painting ride cars fell to his death when one of Big Bad Wolf's cars overturned. Despite rumors, neither of these incidents had to do with the coaster's closure. It was also believed that high operating costs and low ridership contributed to the decision, but the main reason Busch Gardens closed Big Bad Wolf seems to be that they just wanted a change. As they stated in the press release announcing the ride's closure, the Big Bad Wolf offers a thrilling ride experience coupled with aggressive ride dynamics. While it remains a safe attraction, it has simply reached the end of its service.
I know what it feels
This
like to
press
have
release
your
also claims that Big Bad Wolf
swing
is the
left
world's
and
first
right.
suspended coaster, which it is clearly not. A year after Big Bad Wolf would be demolished, the park announced a major renovation of the Oktoberfest area. The new area would be much more colorful and modern in an attempt to draw audiences to the far corner of the park. Big Bad Wolf seems to have been a mere victim of the renovation.
Strange things happen in the Black Forest. Where things aren't always what they seem. Because thrills hide in the shadows. Just waiting at every turn. Verbolten, the new multi-launch coaster coming to Busch Gardens. Brave the Black Forest.
Big Bad Wolf was demolished, the only remnants being bits of the concrete
Yeah, they
foundation.
should have
3
definitely
years
had
later, in
that ride
2012,
stopped
the
while the
land
person
formerly
was doing
occupied by
that.
the coaster would become home to Verbolten, a family coaster themed after the Autobahn. It is a worthy successor, with unique ride elements and a large indoor portion. It also pays tribute to its predecessor. The indoor section has 3 randomized storylines, with the lighting and sounds changing depending on the program. These are The Spirit of the Forest, Lightning Storm, and Big Bad Wolf. In a tribute to the closed ride, some Verbolten riders are given a trip through a dark forest, where they are being stalked by a red-eyed wolf. Also, each car has a specialized license plate. The orange car reads Wolf X Ing, or Wolf Crossing, in another tribute to the Big Bad Wolf. Finally, the finale of the ride follows the exact same path as the former suspended coaster, diving toward the river and turning a few times before entering the station. Verbolten is a quality ride, and it makes the loss of Big Bad Wolf a little easier to stomach. As for the rest of the world's suspended coasters that remember to bank the turns, many have faced a similar fate to that of Big Bad Wolf. While many rides by other manufacturers still exist, only 5 of the Aero suspended coasters are still operating today. One is actually the Bat at Kings Island, on the other side of the park from the original. This coaster was originally themed after Top Gun, before being stripped of its branding. Kings Island paid tribute to the former coaster by retheming it to the Bat. That said, no suspended coaster, operating or defunct, seems to be as beloved as the Big Bad Wolf. It was a truly impressive ride, and it will be remembered as one of Arrow's best, which says a lot. Many fans are still upset that it's gone, but it is far from forgotten. So that said, were you afraid of the Big Bad Wolf?
Yeah, those are like kind of a little uncomfortably close to that fence. I don't know how I feel about those coasters, I'll be honest. Be honest with y'all. Don't know how I feel about that. Let's go back to here. Turn the volume up. Here we go. This should be a very interesting one.
雨に切なくネオン川恋の未練が絡み合うそれから仲良くなって奈良にゴルフ場作るって計画を聞いてうちのママに紹介したんや内藤から立石に応答願いますおいこちら立石だどうぞ黒田の女が現れました尾行しますどうぞよしすぐ
I'm blocking like half the subtitles. You know? I got you, because I think it is about time that I return to normal size.
On July 17, 1955, Disneyland Park in Anaheim, California opened its gates. The park was a near-instant success, and changed themed entertainment forever. Walt Disney had been told that his concepts for an elaborately themed entertainment park were unprofitable, and that he was out of his element.
I got you,
Of course, Disneyland would be the biggest thing to ever happen to the theme park industry, and Disney theme parks are now the most popular theme parks in the world. Not long after the
that's
opening
horrifying.
of Disneyland, Kunizo Matsuo, the president of the Japanese Matsuo Entertainment Company, flew to California to see the park for himself. He was more than impressed, and strongly believed a park like Disneyland would work perfectly in Japan. Matsuo became a mediator for the Japanese Dream Sightseeing Company, and got in direct contact with Walt Disney himself. Though Tokyo might have seemed the best location for a Disney park, Matsuo had a background as a kabuki actor, and was deeply invested in the history and culture of Japan, hence the proposed location of the country's former capital, Nara. Walt took to the idea of an international park, and agreed on building it in the city of Nara. Construction began on Nara Disneyland with the guidance of Walt and his creative team. The park was heavily influenced by Disneyland in Anaheim. It was designed in the same spoken wheel pattern and featured a replica of Sleeping Beauty Castle. Also in the hub was a great fountain and a small stage used for character shows and events. Nara Disneyland would feature a Main Street, a Fantasyland, a Tomorrowland, an Adventureland, and a unique Ancestorland in place of Frontierland. Park admission was to be free, and guests could experience attractions by purchasing tickets at ticket booths scattered throughout the park. Near the end of construction, Matsuo and Disney began to argue over licensing fees. An agreement needed to be reached for Matsuo to feature Disney properties in the park. The two were unable to compromise, and Disney pulled his support, meaning that Nara Disneyland had to be scrapped. However, the park was already near completion. Because of this, Matsuo quickly rebranded the park to Nara Dreamland, and new mascots were created in the form of Ranchan and Dory-chan, two children dressed as British royal guards. While the end result was incredibly similar to Disneyland, there were still very few parks of its type in the world, and its design was especially unique to Japan, whose leisure industry was just beginning to recover after the devastation the country faced in and after World War II. The Happiest Place in Japan opened on July 1st, 1961, and while those familiar with Anaheim's park might have seen a shoddy knockoff, the visitors saw a world of fantasy.
Oh.
奈良は今歴史的な文化財とは別に新しい観光資源を開発し規模の大きい観光地に飛躍しようとしています。子どもたちを対象にしたデラックス遊園地、アメリカのディズニーランドをモデルにしたと言われるだけにバンジが大規模で日本離れしています。それだけにアメリカインディアンと古都奈良の佇まいは対照的でありすぎることも事実のようです。
At the park entrance, guests were greeted by Nara Dreamland's train station, which served as the sole stop for the Nara Dreamland Railroad. This narrow-gauge railroad took guests on a grand circle tour of the park, and journeyed through a tunnel that showcased a Wild West diorama. Upon entering the park, guests would then
That's
choose one of the 4
interesting.
tunnels to take them to Main Street. This area included vehicles such as an omnibus, a fire engine, and horse-drawn carriages.
Oh shit,
The
they had
street
an
included a
omnibus?
town hall, a fire station, an opera house, a church, and a handful of shops and eateries. The focal point was the castle, which also functions as the primary entrance to Fantasyland. Fantasyland included a classic carousel, a teacup ride, multiple boat attractions on a small lake, a haunted maze, and a skyway. Upon first glance, it might seem as though both the lake boats and the haunted maze were not Disney knockoffs, but this is only half true. When Disneyland first opened, it featured both the Phantom boats and the motorboat cruise, attractions similar to and probably the inspiration for Nara's boats. One of the boating attractions was Turtle Boat, a ride which took guests on small turtle-shaped boats that led them into Ryugu Palace to meet Princess Otohime and a group of mermaids. This was one of the many Nara Dreamland attractions to have its roots in Japanese history and folklore. Its design also drew inspiration from Disneyland's Storybook Land canal boats. The Haunted Maze predated Disneyland's Haunted Mansion by 8 years, although the classic Disney ride had been in development before Dreamland opened. The Haunted Maze's facade was shaped like a witch, a grotesque image, especially for the fantasy section of the park. The opening year brochure describes the attraction with the line, "Satan and many goblins await you." Guests were given a card upon entry to the maze and were challenged to find 3 checkpoints within the building to get the card stamped. The maze was very dark and had scattered theming, primarily skeletons behind metal bars. Fantasyland also featured an attraction called the Miracle House, a ride in which guests would enter a show building, board a small pirate ship, and fly over various scenes from around the world. This was clearly supposed to be Nara Disneyland's Peter Pan attraction before the licensing rights fell through. The Miracle House attraction would open with guests flying over the United States, Egypt, and the South Seas Islands. Fantasyland also had a variety of attractions added after the park's opening. These included a handful of kiddie attractions and carnival rides such as Flash Dance, Pirate Swings, and Pirate Octopus. An update of the opening day teacup ride featured extra theming, more elaborate cups, and a canopy that covered the ride area. Fantasyland also saw the addition of 3 coasters over the years. In 1979, the famous Screw Coaster opened to the delight of park guests. This was the popular corkscrew model designed by Aerodynamics, with similar iterations found at parks such as Busch Gardens Tampa and Alton Towers. The Kids Coaster and Fantasy Coaster, both mild or family rides, would later open on the northwest side of Fantasyland. Tomorrowland opened with a familiar popular attraction, Bobsleigh, a tubular steel coaster modeled after Disneyland's Matterhorn bobsleds. The mountain didn't just house the coaster, it also served as a midway point for Nara Dreamland's Skyway attraction that ran from Fantasyland to Tomorrowland, similar to Disneyland's setup at the time. In addition to Freeway, an Autopia-inspired attraction, Tomorrowland also had smaller family-friendly rides such as Astrojets, Loop-the-Loop, and a truly remarkable Hovercrafts attraction, where guests could steer hovercrafts around a small lake near the bobsleigh. The land also opened with an attraction familiar to Disneyland fans, the Flying Saucers. This attraction sat guests in round seats on top of an oversized air hockey table. Guests could lean side to side to maneuver their seats over the air holes, with the goal being to bump the other guests. Some attractions added later on didn't quite fit the theming, such as Aero Development's Antique Car Ride attraction. Though Aero made many iterations of this classic ride, Nara stood out, as the ride vehicles were actually a combination of 2 different car models, the top portion of the Ford Touring car and the bottom portion of the Aero Cadillac, which may have been done to cut costs. The Antique Car Ride sat on the filled plot of the Submarine Voyage, a ride in which guests boarded a partially submerged submarine in a lagoon and journeyed into a show building. Tomorrowland also housed an unthemed classic log flume ride, which ran close to the monorail track. In 1998, Asuka, a wooden coaster manufactured by Intamin and inspired by the classic Coney Island Cyclone coaster, opened on the border of Tomorrowland and Main Street. For a park that was starting to slump financially, Asuka was a great addition to the park. Riders were surprised at just how good the coaster was, some claiming Nara Dreamland didn't deserve it. Adventureland sported a familiar wooden archway over its entrance and seemingly only ever housed one attraction, Jungle Cruise. This followed the same idea and plot as the Jungle Cruise at Disneyland. Guests embark on a cruise through the jungle to admire the local flora and fauna, only to end in a confrontation with a native tribe. Guests encountered a variety of animals, the skipper used a gun to scare away predators, and guests could delight in the backside of water. Ancestorland was Nara Dreamland's version of Frontierland, and it celebrated the history and culture of Japan. The land consisted of replicas of historical Japanese structures and was bordered by a river. Guests could take a variety of boat types along the river to navigate the land, as well as view miniature replicas of Japanese sites. The land ultimately served as a way for guests to take a trip through the rich history of Japan, and everything from samurai residencies, to markets, to brothels were represented in the area. Ancestorland ultimately met a sad fate, as it was demolished to make way for a water park area. Small remains such as shrines were left behind, though unkempt. The water park area that replaced it was pretty standard, and featured a variety of slides and pools. At its peak, Nara Dreamland brought in 1.63 million visitors a year. This led to its sister park, Yokohama Dreamland, to open in 1964. This park focused less on rides and more on entertainment and landscaping to entice guests. Despite that, Yokohama did sport a handful of attractions,
did do
which
that.
could also be ridden in exchange for tickets bought throughout the park. An opening day monorail, the Dream Development Dreamland Line, was unique in that it made a stop at the railway station outside of the park itself. It was short-lived though, as cracks began forming in its support beams and repairs could not be made. After a year and 4 months of operation, all service of the line was suspended, and ultimately never returned. The park also featured 3 roller coasters, a Ferris wheel, a children's train ride, and a submarine voyage. Both parks were well loved, and their popularity proved that Japan was ripe for major theme parks. Unfortunately for Dreamland, this would also be its downfall.
Oh.
I'm in Anaheim.
Oh.
Never mind the fact that it's actually 10 o'clock, but I won't get picky.
Oh. 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 That's... Oh, that's depressing. Oh, this is getting more and more kind of sad. It's completely empty. Like... And that's why it's empty.
In 1983, a true Disneyland would finally open in Japan. Tokyo Disneyland came with immersive theming and creative properties that blew Nara out of the water. The knockoff was hit hard by Disneyland's opening, and attendance sank to 1 million guests a year. The park quickly suffered from lower budgets and poor upkeep, and by the mid-90s, the park was littered with trash, rides were standing but not operating, and stray animals could be found roaming the property. In 2001, both Tokyo Disney Sea and Universal Studios Japan opened. This was the final nail in the coffin for Nara Dreamland. Attendance slumped to a depressing 400,000 visitors a year. By 2004, the shops on Main Street were quickly closing. Building facades were noticeably rotting and beginning to lean from foundational issues. Rust gathered on the coasters, and small rides shut down but remained standing. Some attractions, such as the log flume in Tomorrowland,
one thing for
would operate
Disney to
despite
open
no
a park
riders.
there,
Yokohama Dreamland was facing the same set of problems, and the park closed on
Japan
February 17th, 2002
Universal
due to the financial issues.
is
The park sat
fucking
abandoned for 3 years
insane.
before the rides were dismantled and the remaining buildings
Like,
were
Universal
repurposed
Japan
for
is
Yokohama
legitimately
School of
one of the
Pharmacy.
coolest
Nara
theme
Dreamland
parks
continued
I think I've
operation until
seen.
August 31st, 2006. The park's closing was made known, but few
It's
guests showed up
fucking
to
cool.
experience the final day of operation. Midway through the day, it began to rain, and most visitors headed home early. The park closed its
Like,
gates and was left abandoned. Nara
fucking
Dreamland was frozen in
Nintendo
time,
World
if anything, gaining
in
visitors
Universal
looking to explore
Japan.
the remains. The park gained a huge following online, with people taking pictures and videos of the creepy, abandoned Disney knockoff. On top of urban explorers, vandals also frequented the park. Aside from the expected graffiti, many of them moved the park's props around in order to depict sinister scenes. No initial effort was made to preserve what remained of Nara Dreamland, and unlike most amusement parks that closed,
That's
no
just
attractions
sad
were
to-
sold to other
that's
theme parks
so
in the
sad
region.
to see
The
all
Nara
that stuff.
Dreamland property was put up for sale in 2011 with no bids. The property was foreclosed in 2014 and finally sold to SK Housing in 2015. Renovation remained stagnant for a while, supposedly due to the demolition being too expensive for SK Housing. After a year, demolition finally began, and the entire park was gone by December 21st, 2017. All rides were scrapped and the ground was leveled to make way for senior housing. Nara Dreamland is most known for its abandoned state between 2006 and 2016, and is often believed to be the most elaborate Disney knockoff of all time. But it was so much more. The park began as the next Disneyland, with guidance from Walt Disney himself. It opened with immersive theming and rave reviews, and it paved the way for theme park companies to realize how profitable expanding overseas could be. While Nara Dreamland couldn't keep up with the giants in the entertainment industry,
That's
it should be
really
remembered for its
sad.
valiant attempt to bring magic and fantasy to a new part of the world.
まだまだいっぱいの思い出があるけど、やっぱり一番の思い出はみんなの笑顔。ドリームランドに遊びに来てくれたみんなの笑顔。乗り物に乗った時、プールで遊んだ時、楽しいショーを見た時、いろんな時に。
Oh my god, they even had bootleg. It's a small world. Oh god.
そうだね、ドリちゃん、ランちゃんが今言ってくれたみたいに、何よりもみんなの笑顔が最高の思い出だよね。本当に45年間、ララドリームランドを好きでいてくれて、皆さん本当にありがとうございました。
Just long before that. Also fair. But like, fucking, god damn, that just kind of sucks to see that. Yeah, it was a hat. Since Disney and since they couldn't come to an agreement with Disney and had all the licensing and stuff pulled out, they had to make up mascots, so they just basically put a boy and a girl in like British Royal Guard outfits, and we're like, yep, nope, that's good. That's literally all they did. Today is God's mistake. Corporate. That's all I'll say. Corporate. Yeah, it is true. They were so successful that it led to their own downfall. Like, they proved that it was really, really profitable to have have a theme park in Japan. And it ultimately fucked them when better theme parks arrived. Which is really sad. However, it is basically responsible for Universal Studios Japan existing. Also, I should really check on it. I'm pretty sure Nintendo Land is supposed to open in Universal Studios here in the States sometime early next year. I need to check on that, 'cause I kinda wanna go. If they tried to shrug off the Disney knockoff sooner, if things would have been different. You know, maybe. If they started working on their own stuff, they might have been able to stand. But yeah, no. Unless plans have fallen through, Universal Studios Orlando was actually working on making their Nintendo Land. Ghost of I hope it's... Oh my god. Yeah, no, I'm kind of interested to see if they can actually pull off the same sort of magic that Nintendo Land is in Universal Studios Japan, because goddamn does that look fun. I can't. Part of me wants to see if there's a thing on it. I'm gonna check real quick. Dun, bum, 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 bum. Yep. Dun, ba, 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 ba. Oh my god, Red. I want to see if I can find, like, one of these. Oh yeah, the one in Orlando actually looks like it's coming along pretty well. Fuck. I didn't have to stop after 4 hours. There's just something in particular that I had in mind. But I have to wait. Like, I just have to wait for something. I was gonna see if there's a... Oh, there's the reveal trailer. And yeah. Are you holding out on something? Well... Dude. Oh. Well, I'm happy I can be a highlight. And hopefully you're healing up well, Red. Oh, I can imagine. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna check this real quick just to see if there's any like audio. Or if it's just a walk around. Yeah, hopefully that heals. quickly. You know, that sounds about right. I just want to make a note of all of this. Right? Look at this though. This, you can see the fucking arrows and the pipes. Fido became his picnic basket. Oh my god. You know, that's kind of funny, I'm not gonna... Yeah. I just want to take this in. Oh. 6. That is a lot. Yeah. Oh my god. Here we go. Yeah. Look at this fucking entrance. I think it was. Look at this! And then, look at that! Look at this place! Look at it! Yeah, right? And you want to know what the best part about this entire park is? You probably noticed it on the way in, the little things with the wristbands. Those fucking wristbands allow you to interact with several different things in this section of the park. Yep. There's certain, like, secrets around the park that you can tap the wristband against, and it activates specific things in the park. See? Like, the blocks there? Like, look at this fucking park! Look at this fucking area of the park! Everything is just so well done. It's a high, I know. Right? This is legitimately so well done. Look at the Shy Guy! Meow. And there's more! It was a really good Shy Guy voice. Or were you talking about mine? Also, yes, there are walking characters, yes. Oh, thank you, Squid. I'm just like so absorbed in this part because it's so well done. Shy Guys are adorable. I can agree with that, Red. To Box Bowser. Also, I think since this walk-around tour was recorded, they started work on Donkey Kong Country expansion to this section of the park. So I think sometime next year, this park here in Japan is going to have Donkey Kong Country. It's so cool. Oh yeah. No, like, they did not mess around with this section of the park. Also, Toad. Look at Toad. Look at him. Also, I wonder if it's gonna... Yeah, there it is! They have the cafe. Kinopio's Cafe. And yes, absolutely their head is up in the fucking mushroom. It's just... It's such a well-designed thing. Ah, the Koopalings. But look at that! It looks like you're just staring at a game screen! It literally looks like you're just looking at a game. Also, yes, that one ride is Yoshi's. Just want to take that in. Yoshi Ride is in fact Dark Ride, yes. Like, it's such a cool design part. Well, section of the park. Thank you for the bits, Nino. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this was literally just like a quick little walk around of the park. So, I want to see if there's one that actually has like a little bit more in-depth stuff. You know what, let me show this. Let's see if this one also has like no commentary. Cause like if this one has no commentary as well, this should be interesting. By the way, yes, Red, we're going into Bowser's Castle for this one. The inside of Bowser's Castle at the park. You just look at how fucking cool this place is. It's so cool. Smug-ass dragon turtle, dude. It's so good. I love this. It's like everything about this is just so well done. And yes. Yup. There's a reason for that. Ta-da! Bowser's Castle House is the Mario Kart ride. Look at this. Just look at this. Lemmy's Tire Service. Look at this! Big race today. Alright, Fluffy. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Really appreciate it. And there is the MKTV van. Yeah, look here, Fluffy. This is just so cool. Oh yeah, like all of the corporate sponsors and everything. Which, also one of the things that I like about the layout for this is that the queue for the ride doubles as a tour for Bowser's Castle. Like, not only do you get little bits for Mario Kart stuff, but you also get to see a little bit of the inside of Bowser's Castle. And I would imagine the wait for this on busy days is really fucking long. Cause I noticed back in the other section of the queue, they had water fountains at several places in that queue. So like, they are prepared for that thing to be lined up outside the building. Like, you know, when there's water fountains along the queue line, they expect this thing to get packed. Oh yeah, like I could imagine on a busy day this getting really packed up. The fakest part, Bowser doesn't have a library, he doesn't care. You know? Fair. Yeah, I think if anything, this library is definitely more for K-Mech. Look at that! Like, there's so much cool shit. Oh god. Fucking flashbacks to those fucking things. Mario Party. Hey, look at that. A little framed picture of Peach on the... Oh. Yeah. Yep. Oh, hey, look. And yes, this may be a VR ride. It is at least implying that these bombs are. This is so fucking cool, though. I love this. Galaxy Air. Exactly. And she had like a yeah. That's true. I'm like so excited. It's so good. Right? It's just like, it's so well thought out. Probably. But also, when you think about it, actually showing what to do instead of saying, hey, do this, really conveys it a lot easier. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Internet, please behave. Okay, there we go. Good thing what I was waiting for is ready now. So yes. But yeah, they really thought it through. Correction. It's not VR, it's AR. So technically even cooler. Like, when you think about it, that's a really fucking cool idea for a ride. It's like, it's so good. It's so well done. Like, I just love the fact that, like, just how well thought out this is overall. Exactly. Because, like, overall, all they have to do is just have the general sets. Maybe a few screens here and there. But considering, like, most of it's going to be, done through the headsets. Yeah. You literally just have to make sure that the headsets work. Oh, yeah, let's go. Right? Like, for real, right? There we go. I'll pop back over here. That is so cool! Like, it is such a cool ride! Oh, I love it. I love it so much. So let me, really quick, do this. Get this ready. Oh yeah, it definitely felt so much more authentic. Yes, exactly. It's definitely not one of those rides where it's just someone popular tacked onto it. Or a rebranding of something tacked onto it. It's Mario. Like, it's Mario Kart. It's like, don't change something that is itself. Like, it's an original thing. Mario is its own thing. And they're staying true to it. As long as they stay true to it, it's fine. Like, don't just change it to, like, whatever's super popular. Just be like, yeah, this is what this is. People come here for this. This is why people come here. Instead of being like, yeah, no, chase trends. Like, there is certain leeway for that, and you can do certain things doing that, but, like, it just doesn't feel right. Exactly like you mentioned, slapping Guardians of the Galaxy over Tower of Terror is... it feels weird. It really does. Also, while you're all here, let me do that. So for those of you who are here in chat, I've decided today to raid Sanis because Sanis is doing a birthday stream. So I think she's gonna be going for either 12 or 24 hours, one of the two. But yeah, I thought it'd be nice to raid the kaiju for her birthday. Yeah. Technically, I think her birthday's tomorrow, but yeah. Yes, Santas have birthday. So, just instead of a raid message, just tell Santa's happy birthday. That's gonna be our raid message, is happy birthday, Santa's. Oh, probably not immediately, but loads of sub bomb. Squid's gonna come in with the love. But yeah. I'm not gonna keep you too much longer. Thank you all for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And let's go give Santa some love. Bye!